Bridgeport going to see a decrease in the funding relative to that in supplemental? Because the supplemental funding formula is not always funded at the same level. It comes from a different pot of money. So is this going to be a standard grant from now on under supplemental revenue, and how is that funded?
We increased the supplemental revenue sharing for specific to Bridgeport. We increased the supplemental revenue sharing grant by the 5 million. So it's basically a shift from the tiered pilot to the supplemental revenue sharing grant. And in total, all of these changes are, I would say, net zero to the municipality. It's just a shift of which pot of funds they get paid out of. The only net change to municipality's funding would be as a result of the actual formula working, increases or decreases resulting from changes in property valuations, the amount of property within the municipality's jurisdiction, et cetera.
So
I was just going to also add to there, if I may, is that the supplemental revenue sharing grant is a payment list in statute now. So this will just be changing that statute. So it's not calculated by a formula. So that would protect any reduction in that. It's actually a payment list in the statutes under the proper section.
So it's not.
We fully funded that in our proposed municipal aid budget for you.
We fully funded it for this year, but is it, that's, it's always moving forward subject to other funding sources. Because I know that we all pay attention to the statutory formulas. So your reasoning for doing this is that you want to see what the statutory formula does for tiered pilot so that you're not muddying the waters with other one-time pay or a certain dollar payment. Do you know what is the $1 million to New London reflective of? Is that the Coast Guard Academy?
Yes.
And the 100,000 to Branford, do you know what that's? I know what the 60,000 is relative. Hospice. And the 5 million to Bridgeport.
Legislative decision by the legislature.
Okay, just a dollar amount given to them. But the 60,000 is relative to the number of forests and state parks that are in Voluntown where they can't change any of the. So relative to the increases for private providers, the 31 million is just reflective of the spending cap. I mean, we're all talking about that. It's essentially a cut for them for what they received last year. Yes, I know they got it in ARPA. It's one-time funding, but private providers are going to see a number of labor activities this current year. Are you building in anything that will address that issue? Representative Walker and I always see, usually happens around May 30th, that everybody comes in and says, because of such and such a labor action, you guys have to put more money in. Are we going to see the same thing happen? And can we get beyond that and fund it now instead of waiting until the end? What are we doing here?
Well, I can't predict what groups will come to you and ask for additional funding.
I can.
I can.
You can too. It's going to be group homes. It's going to be nursing homes, and it's going to be PCAs.
Right. But what we've proposed is a 3% in each fiscal year. As you mentioned, in fiscal year 26, I think you heard this from Secretary Beckham on a number of occasions, and I'll repeat it here. We had a significant math problem in trying to come up with a balanced and cap compliant budget. We would have loved to provide a 3% increase effective for the full fiscal year of 26. We were pleased that we could at least get a January 1 effective date for that. So it amounts to a half year, which is the $31 million that you are referring to.
Right.
And we annualize that and provide an additional 3% on July 1st of 26. So a full year 3% increase in 27 on top of the half year 3% increase in 26. Would have loved to do more, but
well, we're going to end up having to do more at some point or another. We're going to end up having to do more because all of those people will have to get a cut in pay. and many of the people that are there in those particular environments are some of our lowest paid employees in the state. And so we all know that it's, I mean, I don't want to belabor this, but we all know that they are our lowest paid employees around the state. They're often paid less than Target and McDonald's. We hear it all the time. We hear it from them. Each one of us hears it from them. And it's said at every interaction or every fork in the road, as someone said to me the other day. So I do think that that's something that we should have a longer conversation about relative to what we have going on there. And if we're already going to move money off budget like we did for the school, for the early childhood, using 19 million of that money for a one-time effort to stop this from happening is something that I think we should consider. And it's something that I will be looking at, because I think that it's one time and we know it's one time, and I'm not willing to cut people's pay right now. Are there any questions? Representative Walker? Oh, and I just want to let you know, Deputy Secretary said that we gave him too much time. I told him we could come up with questions all day long on this.
Okay, so I'll start with that. I want to go to the Justice Assistance Grants. Can you explain to us what these are and what you're proposing to do, please?
So the appropriation for justice assistance grants in OPM is essentially a match to federal funding. I'm gonna ask Yvonne to help me out if I miss anything here.
She didn't jump up to come like that.
I'm sorry?
She wasn't volunteering to come up.
Might not be. Yeah, so our criminal justice division uses this state appropriation to match federal JAG funding. And if you have any more information about the
Hello, good morning.
recipients of the fund.
And your name?
Yvonne Adam, Office of Policy and Management, Chief Administrative Officer.
Welcome.
Thank you. So we had a new federal grant, the Juvenile Justice Grant, and there was a 10% match. So we needed additional funding in our Justice Assistance Grant match account, like the deputy just relayed. So that was just a reallocation from our personal services into the Justice Assistance line so we can match the federal funding.
Can you tell me exactly what does the Justice Assistance Grant do?
So the criminal justice and OPM has several grants. They have substance abuse grants that support substance abuse grants that support folks with substance issues. And then they have juvenile justice grants, which is the newest grant that we got from the Department of Justice, Federal Department of Justice. It was a 600, pardon?
Office of the Department of Public, go ahead. Yeah.
Criminal Justice Policy and Planning Division within OPM
Yeah.
gets this federal grant from the Department of Justice, Federal Department of Justice.
Okay, so these grants help us in organizing, planning, developing.
Criminal justice programs in
Okay.
coordination with other agencies around the state.
Okay.
They're grants to essentially entities out there in the community. And as part of our match, what we're doing is moving a salary from our personal services appropriation into the JAG line, so we can count that as part of our match of federal funding.
Okay, I thought we did that. We didn't do that. We didn't do that before?
We proposed that last year, but there was no
Could
change
you
in the budget.
speak up a little bit, because she's having a hard time. Senator.
We proposed this reallocation last year, but there was no budget, so passed, so this didn't move forward.
Ah, I thought so. Okay, all right. So this is, I was wondering, I thought this was something new, but okay. Yeah, how much total is in there now? That was my next question. How much total is in the account?
Oh, in the JAG account?
About 800,000.
About 800,000, and that's for planning and development in juvenile justice issues, correct?
No, that is planning for all the criminal justice programs. For juvenile justice, the federal funding is 600,000. This is a 10% match.
Oh, it's for all, I'm sorry, it's for all four. And the 800 is all four. Okay. Right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. The criminal history improvement program, do you know what we use with that? What do we do with that money? Who manages that money?
But we don't have a criminal history.
It says National Criminal History Improvement.
Oh,
Program.
NCHIP. Sorry about that.
NCHIP.
Yes. I know it by the acronyms. We do have federal funding, about $2 million for NCHIP. There's a 10% state match.
Okay, but what do they do here in Connecticut with the money?
And I could get you more information
Okay.
from the programmatic people. I don't want to misspeak on the program side.
Okay. all right.
But they fund other state agencies like the Department of, there are other state agencies that get these federal funds in addition to organizations within the communities that get this funding as well.
We'll get some more information.
Yeah, I'd
before
like
the,
to know, what, I know what the juvenile justice does,
Mhm.
but, the training for officers and prosecutors, because I did hear when we were talking to the Division of Criminal Justice, they were talking about they needed to have more training.
Mhm.
And, this one says that it does it trains officers and prosecutors in violence against women formula. I just wanted to know, is that fixed or can that be blended in with other things that might reach the goal of the prosecutors right now for training? And that's what I was trying to find out.
All right, I understand the question. What we'll do is we'll get back with our criminal justice folks
Sure.
and provide additional information to the committee.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. And so you said 800,000 is there, and so the breakdown of these is 2 million for the NCHIP grant. The RSAT grant is how much? The Residential Substance Abuse Treatment Grant Program.
That's a 25% match
Yeah, so what is the total dollar of that?
of the grant fund, federal funding.
What did we get?
What do we get? What?
I'll have to get you.
Okay, and the set, for all four of them, if we could just break down what we're putting in and what they are sending to us, that would be helpful. Thank you. Any comments or questions? Yeah, Representative Baker?
I just wanted to hear better.
Oh, go ahead, Representative Baker.
Good morning. A question, just for some clarity, when you talk about the increase and the decrease on the private providers. Now, that increase, the decrease itself, if you look at where COBO funding and stuff, was that transferred over to the increase on private providers?
So I think what you're referring to is in the current biennium, there was $50 million worth of ARPA funding that was provided for private provider. I think it was characterized as bonuses. That was not annualized in our recommended proposal to you for 26 and 27. What we have proposed is a 3% increase effective January 1st of 26 and an additional 3% increase effective July 1st of 26. So it'd be a 3% in each fiscal year, half
Oh.
year for 26 and full year for 27. So in answer to your question, that $50 million is not brought over into the general fund for 26. And I believe that's the source of the concerns that you're hearing from private providers, that it may represent a reduction over their current level of funding.
So you're saying that was strictly ARPA money?
It was, we would have loved to propose a full year increase for providers. We had, as I described it, a significant math challenge in coming up with a balanced cap compliant proposal for FY26.
Okay, thank you.
All set?
Yeah.
Representative Paris.
Yes, Deputy Secretary, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
I just want to pose a question regarding the reduction in funding to reflect the lower costs for elderly property tax freeze programs.
Yes.
That program's been in effect since what, 1978, I believe?
1978.
Long, well before my time, sir. But gas was cheaper.
Ouch.
Just
I
don't
don't
have
know.
things.
I was around in 78 and gas wasn't a lot cheaper. I'm just letting you know, there was a few
There was
things
an
going
energy
on back
crisis.
then.
I apologize, Madam Chair. I don't want to remind you of bad days. Given that this program has been closed to new applicants since that time, does the administration have a plan moving forward when the final beneficiaries will no longer qualify for that program? And additionally, has there been any discussion about revisiting, modernizing that program to bring it into 2025, Madam Chairwoman?
So I'll take your questions in reverse order. So we have not had conversation at this point about instituting a new property tax break for the elderly or other populations. Certainly, that's something that if you were interested in, we'd be happy to engage with you about how that might be structured. The current program, as you noted, has been closed to new recipients since 1978. And the amount of funding that is recommended for the biennium represents the number of remaining participants in that program.
And just one last question are there additional tax incentives that we're considering for elderly folks? Because we do know that many of them are low income or are on a fixed income if they're not low income folks. And so we want to make sure that there's still some programs available to them. And many people don't even know about this program. So are there other alternatives that we're looking at across the state to help offset some of those measures?
I will mention that one of the key proposals that the governor offered this biennium is a property tax credit, which would be available to anybody who has a personal property tax bill. It increases the amount and the threshold for people who would be eligible for that program.
Thank
So
you, Deputy.
that's one avenue.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary. I hope to see other avenues. I think the property tax just isn't enough, but I appreciate your comments on this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So picking up off of Representative Paris, there were 4 individuals who received this property tax relief in fiscal 22. Is anybody left alive now? One person? One person. So there's only one person that's still receiving this. And about how much do they receive? Do we know?
2,000 to 3,000, I'm told.
2 to 3,000 is what's left in this. Because to Representative Paris's comment, we talk a lot about doing child tax credits and other things. We do very, very little relative directly for seniors, and they are the largest growing population in Connecticut. So I've told everybody in my family to have babies, but it's not exactly working out that way. So I want to go back to the tiered pilot again. Actually over to the municipal restructuring. So this is the MARB, and this is going down $7 million. How many towns do we have left in MARB? Is it 3?
The answer to that is yes, there are 3 communities that are currently subject to the MARB jurisdiction. The rationale for the change is that there is an existing balance of funds, which by statute is non-lapsing.
Yep.
We believe there's a sufficient amount available to cover the activities we envision over the biennium for those 3 communities.
And those 3 communities are Hartford, West Haven, and
I believe Sprague is still
Huh?
subject. I believe Sprague is still subject to MARB jurisdiction.
no, it's not. It was taken out. Because they don't come to meetings anymore. They were told they don't have to. Just Hartford and West Haven now?
That's correct.
Okay. So, and you feel that you have enough there to handle the 2 issues? Are either one of them close to being dismissed from MARB, do you know?
I think Hartford will be at its current tier for some period of time, given the bonding that the state has
Taken
undertaken
on.
their behalf. West Haven, I would venture to say, is nearing a path to exit from its current tier of MARB. At least that's what I believe our hope is. The Secretary has been, and our team has been engaged with the community, and they've made significant strides. So
So, Representative Paris took my elderly property tax questions. I really appreciate that too, because I see somebody else, and Representative Walker took on the justice assistance grants, which I think are welcome. So you also have the responsibility of the reserve for salary adjustments. Can you give us an idea on where do we stand on, because it doesn't show the total dollar amount that's in, or I don't see that it has the total dollar amount. So I have you recommending 69 million in year one and 174 million in year two. You have how much currently in the reserve for salary accounts?
I'll say that we do have a quarterly reporting requirement to you, and
know.
last quarterly report that we submitted to you in December indicated a balance of just under $51.9 million in the general fund RSA account.
51.9 million.
Correct.
I actually read it all the time, but I want people in the public to also know that this is a reporting requirement, and this is something that helps decide or has the responsibility of, in part, funding an increase in funding for our state employee bargaining units.
That's correct, or to the extent there are significant payouts of accrued vacation or leave time as employees leave and an agency's budget is insufficient to cover that, the account can also cover those sorts of contingencies.
But before you use this for accrued payouts, you attempt to cover it within the confines of that particular agency.
That's correct. To the extent the agency has the ability to absorb that funding, that's our preference, so that this funding is reserved for the sort of situations that you described, where we have to cover a collective bargaining agreement or some other matter that is labor relations related.
So that for a small agency like CHRO or SEEK, you might take that on a more regular basis than a DOT or a DSS, because their budgets tend to be much higher, and you tend to lapse dollars in the personnel services line, which is where this would come out of. Is that where you would take it out of in
Well,
the?
that's right. To the extent they have, I'll call it turnover in their staffing, that may leave personal services funding unspent, which could cover any particular increase for that year. So going forward, we might have to annualize a collective bargaining agreement, and you'll see throughout our budget, we have built-in funding for the annualization of wage increases that occurred in the current biennium as those play out into 26 and 27. RSA might cover that time period until we can build it into the budget going forward.
So that, I hear a lot of times that we should just not give state employees raises in the current year. And when I hear that, I look back on a couple of things. So, for example, medical staff in the Department of Corrections you've had a hard time hiring and keeping medical staff. In talking with Commissioner Kiros, he has said that he can use experience to put them in at a level or a step, for lack of a better term, in the Department of Corrections. Yet still, they're making less than they would if they were working at a private hospital or working some other places. Are there other such job classes within the confines of the state employment that are equal like that, that are having a hard time? I know that most municipalities were paying their plow drivers more than we were, so we couldn't fill those seats, again, for lack of a better term. I think that Representative Nuccio, if she was here, would call it belly buttons, and I can't, I don't know if I can do that. It makes
I'm
it.
here. I'm just virtually waiting for my questions.
But you would talk about belly buttons.
Belly buttons are on the seat. Yeah.
Yeah, that's your term, insurance terminology. So, are there other job classes within the confines, if we decided that we were not going to increase salaries for state employees, what would that impact for the necessary people that you hire within the state employment?
If David Krajewski, who is our Undersecretary of Labor Relations, if he were here talking to you, he would probably relate to you some of the changes that they were able to negotiate with our workforce around the ability to slot people in, as you described, at something other than the entry-level salary for some difficult to fill professions, like in the healthcare field, information technology type jobs, engineering profession. So there's some flexibility for the hiring agency to offer a salary that may not be the entry-level salary that we would typically have offered in the past. So they do have some flexibility there. I know he's looking all the time at whether there are additional areas of flexibility that he can provide to ensure that some of those critical but difficult to fill positions can be filled going forward. I don't know anything to report to you today on that, but he is engaged currently on the 4th-year wage reopener for state police. So to the extent that he does reach an agreement with them and it comes forward to the General Assembly this session, presumably some funding that is in our reserve for salary adjustment account might be needed to honor that agreement.
And so that is one that you're working on right now, and you're working on the State Employee Bargaining Agent Coalition for wages for the next wage agreement that would happen with the other 35 bargaining units, give or take?
That's correct. That we are in discussions with the workforce around future increases that would for the period that would cover this biennium. The current wage reopener is with state police, so that one we would expect to come forward this session. To the extent they do reach agreement, a larger agreement for other bargaining units, that remains to be seen as to timing. But we would bring that forward as soon as an agreement is reached.
And while we sort of bantered back and forth on the private providers, do you have any idea where negotiations are relative to group homes, nursing homes, and PCAs? Are all joking aside, we want to sort of be able to start planning for some of that, if we could. If you have any ideas on where we stand on that.
So I do know that the personal care attendants and the family child care providers agreements expire on June 30th of 2026, so next year. And so we expect that negotiations around successor agreements will occur during fiscal year 2026.
And the group homes and nursing homes, have you heard from the two respective groups? Because we fund them all. We're not involved, you're not involved in the negotiations, but we fund them all.
Correct. We're not the employer, so we don't have any direct communication with them on that component. Well, we haven't heard anything directly. I'm going to ask Claudia Gualtieri, who heads up our Health and Human Services Policy and Planning Division, to add some color to this.
Good morning. Yes, so we have not heard directly, other than the fact that SEIU has met with us to make their request for annual appropriations. And obviously they highlighted both requests related to group homes, which we suspect will come up for renegotiation this spring, and nursing homes. With respect to nursing homes, one of the pieces of data that we can provide for you is we rerun the Medicaid rate analysis based on the acuity payment, which was phased in over 3 years. So now that we have that completely phased in, we can give you a comparison of where nursing home rates are compared to the Medicare and the 5-state compare.
And you can get that to us after the meeting?
In short order.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Representative Nuccio, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand up before, and when you popped up, you said that, but I wanted to finish those couple questions, but the floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you very much. And I'm sorry I couldn't be there, but starting to not feel very well, and I figured it was better that I stayed home and not brought that to the Capitol. So I wanted to ask a couple of questions, if I may, about some items that are in the budget and get a little more detail. We have a line item for relief for elderly renters, and it's at $25 million. It's a flat year-over-year projection. And I was wondering if you could give me some details on what exactly that money is used for.
Gonna let Martin have to respond to the question. Martin?
Yes, good morning. Yes, so the renters rebate program has been an ongoing program for years, which reimburses elderly or disabled renters reimbursement back on utility costs, electric, heating, oil, such. They have an application process. We updated the process last year through the legislative process for the timing. Typically, a renter gets average check anywhere from $540 to $550 per year. For that, roughly about just under 50,000 applicants per year. This past year, we had done about 47,000 applicants for that. And unfortunately, one of the things we did was change the law because we had to prorate out because there was extension periods, everything that's been eliminated, so we could get more funds back to the taxpayers or the renters, if you will. So that increased, their payment to about an average of $552 for this current year. I don't have final numbers yet, but I can tell you those changes there. Actually, we received more applications in because we eliminated the extension period. We actually received more applications in than the extension period and the regular application period the previous year. So we actually have more on there. So there'll be very much less of a lapse in any of that funding. So more is going out to the renters.
Yeah, I
So
think
of the 50,000 that apply, are they all approved, or is it only a certain percentage is approved? How does that work?
So yes, there is an approval process. The application's actually made through the local assessor's office or through their social service department if they so desire. Then those municipal staff upload their information into our portal system as it's reviewed to meet the income requirements, the necessary pieces. We do have some people that unfortunately are not eligible that do get put in the system. OPM sends them back notification letting them know that. If they've received additional cash assistance, such as DSS, that they're not eligible to receive, or as we call it, double dipping, to receive that money as well as the renter. So we do have a percentage of those that are ineligible that do apply, but it's a small number. I don't have the exact numbers there for how many are not, or that are denied or are not eligible.
Okay, if you could please, I would like to understand the income level limits on this. And also, you mentioned crossover programs with different areas. The new legislative low income discount rate plan that's on Eversource is it's a rather large dollar amount on our public utilities fee. Are they going to cross-reference with that also? Because that is income based in the 50% of your bill only having to be paid. Is that because it's not being handled by DSS, are we going to be cross-referencing with that one also?
No, there's statutory requirements for our income levels, and we can send you out. We send an updated listing out to every municipality every year. It just came out this past December for what the income level requirements are for the statutory programs. We have to follow what's in statute, but they are increased due to cost of living, everything else each year. So we do update that accordingly. But I can get you that information of the current listing that was sent out this past December.
I'd appreciate that. And then if we could look at possibly, I don't know if this is something that OPM would do, but if we looked at changing that income level slightly, what the impacts would be if we raise the income level, because 50,000 applicants, as Senator Austin mentioned, and Representative Walker and I have had the same conversation, and we're seeing a whole lot more seniors now, and doesn't seem like it might be a little low for qualification. But my second question is, are we going to be cross-referencing with the lighter program, the low income discount rate program, to ensure double dipping there, or is that not going to be looked at because it's being handled through Pura and Eversource?
That's not through our division to do a cross-reference that way. We only look at the direct state assistance is what's listed in state statutes.
Okay, we should probably look at that then. And then the second one is the property tax relief for veterans. I see that is again flat from the 2025 appropriations through. Does this take into what exactly does this cover? If you don't mind answering that part first.
Sure. So additional veterans is, if you will, kind of exactly as it says, the local municipality provides the local exemption for the veteran. If the veteran meets certain income requirements, there is a state excess payment, if you will, for that. Right now, applicants are about between 9,000 and 10,000. We have seen a decrease over the years in this, but it's based upon income as well. Those same income levels, which I will send you regarding the renters, is the same income levels that are used for all of these programs for that.
Sorry. Okay. So with the new freeze that we did, have you updated the information that you're paying with this as a possible exemption also, or is that separate?
So sorry, just clarify the new freeze. Are you talking about the new exemption of the totally and permanently disabled?
Yes.
Okay, yes, that does not, the way it's currently written with the language there may be some impact for this, for, the exemptions. Obviously, that's all in process right now, so this wouldn't be until we would find any impact on that. It would be the midterm budget, adjustments that would come up as we would see any adjustments there. Obviously, we understand that there's some, potential language changes as well that may have effects on this. So that'll all be discussed during this legislative process, I'm sure.
Thank you. Thank you for that information. My next question gets to the pilot supplemental review sharing. You had mentioned the 4 towns, they're in our write-up, and you had said that Bridgeport was a legislative decision. Can you give us a little more clarity on that? Because the other ones are linked directly to, Coast Guard, forests, hospice. What is the 5 million for Bridgeport?
So there is, Representative, there is a statutory formula that governs the bulk of the funding in the tiered pilot program. There's additional language that says, in addition to the formula, these particular municipalities get a certain amount. And so all we're doing is proposing that the tiered pilot program remain, I'll call it sort of pure in terms of its formula application, and that the specific municipal amounts be recognized through the supplemental revenue sharing program, which is, I think, as Martin described earlier, essentially a payment list. It's a list of municipalities and amounts that appear in statute in each budget as to how much aid they get from that particular program. So in our proposal, there is no net change from making this switch between the 2 buckets. Any change in municipality you might experience would be the result of the statutory formula operating as it's intended. I hope that helps.
No, that does help. I guess what I'm asking about is the ones that are moving over to the supplemental revenue sharing piece. I get the formula driven, right? I'm absolutely, I understand that. Makes total sense. But the 4 that are moving over, you had given kind of like Branford is hospice, the New London is the Coast Guard, Voluntown is the Forest and State Parks, but what is Bridgeport?
So I'm going to step in because Bridgeport was decided by the legislature. We put in $5 million, a blanket grant for Bridgeport a number of years ago under pilot. It's not their decision. It was why they said legislative. The legislature said add 5 million in for a pilot for Bridgeport because Bridgeport has a skewed system in part because of BlackRock, which is a much broader conversation. Their pilot gets skewed by property wealth and economic wealth because of a section of Bridgeport that is much higher than the rest of Bridgeport. They also don't have the pilot payments based on state property because they have less state property, but it is really truly skewed because of that very small section of Bridgeport, which has more wealth and has higher property values than the rest of Bridgeport. So it's not, it was a way to equate fairness. So if you looked at Bridgeport and looked at just their ECS numbers, where they have more students than Hartford and New Haven, but they get less in ECS. This has been a complicated problem for Bridgeport for years. Now, some people can say that Bridgeport doesn't deserve it, but this was a way to make it equalized better for the city of Bridgeport. And the legislature made a decision. This was actually one of the changes that happened around the same time as I believe the $1 million happened for the Coast Guard Academy in New London. It was talked about at the Appropriations Committee meeting and some other meetings. So I just want to say that this is something that we as a legislature talked about and tried to make fair relative to an understanding that their information is skewed by this one small section, which is why we really have to pay attention to property wealth and economic wealth in communities that may have a neighborhood or two that are worth more, but it's because their wealth is so high and other property wealth and economic wealth is so low, the high takes over for a median income and median property wealth. So it's not his, it's ours. So we could talk about it in our committee meetings.
Yeah, I
Well-
think I think we should, because thank you for that information. I think we should talk about that because, I would say we see that in a lot of areas, right? It's not just in
Not a lot of
Bridgeport.
areas, very few, but it is Bridgeport in particular.
Well, okay, I'd like to understand, just because again, like I think, you've got some kind of that disparity happening, and especially in some small towns, you have some big wealthy community, wealthy like rural
Right.
areas and then not. So if it's something that was done with logic and understanding, then and how does the 5 million equate? So we can have that conversation
Yep.
in a subcommittee meeting. I just
Yep.
wanted to understand what the 5 million was specifically.
I'm sure
The
the
next
are
question
paying
that
a
I
lot of-
have is, pardon me? Pardon
I'm
me?
sure the chairs in the subcommittee are paying a lot of attention to this, and they're going to have that longer conversation.
Um, next question I had is, in the annualization of the current existing wage agreements, can you tell me if this includes your open salary positions? Or is this just, as Kathy said, belly buttons in the seat?
Are you referring to the OPM's, in OPM's budget, the money that we did to annualize the current wage agreement?
Yes, is this, so when you're looking at the wage agreements, are you looking at including your opens, or is this just belly buttons in the seat?
Well, it would reflect what we would need to pay if we were to fill the 7 funded vacancies that we're currently in recruitment for.
Okay, so it does include your open positions.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for that information. And then the lapses, you have a $250,000 lapse in PS, and you're also moving $60,000 out of PS into the justice assistance grants. What's your typical lapse been? And how is that 250? It doesn't have any head count attached to it.
It's just reflective of what we believe our personal services appropriation needs for the upcoming biennium.
Do you know what you've lapsed in PS in the last year or so?
I don't have that in front of me, but we can, that might have been part of the response we provided to the question.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did you guys send in the response? Because they're trickling in, and I haven't had an opportunity to kind of print them all out and put them there, so.
We did.
You did. Okay, I'll look at it there then. That's perfect. Thank you very much. And I think that's all the questions that I have right now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All righty, thank you very much. So thank you very much. Told you we'd eat up the 45 minutes. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. We have some questions that will go out, and any questions that any legislator asks in appropriations should go to our administrator so that everybody gets the same answers.
Will do. We'll get you
Thank
some
you.
answers. Thank you.
Appreciate that. The treasurer is up next. Treasurer Russell, are you?
Oh, yeah.
I see you brought your team. Come on over. So. Mr. Treasurer, how are you today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
By the end of this day, we're going to be completely in giggles. We got in trouble one year because and this was back when Senator Formica was here, and we laughed out loud at something that we were talking about back here. And somebody heard out there, and they sent us this scathing email on how we were making fun. So we are not making fun of you at
All right,
all.
I didn't
We
think so.
promise
It's
it
okay
is
if you
not
are,
about
too.
you. It's more about us because.
I understand. I
Exactly.
understand.
So, do you want to make any opening statements? Because I even forgot that with Paul.
No opening statements. We submitted some testimony, so just happy to take any questions that you may have for our office.
So I'd like to talk a little bit about debt service.
Sure.
Um, the state of Connecticut often gets vilified for the amount that it has in debt. Disregarding pensions, let's just talk debt. But I've always said that debt in Connecticut is different than debt in places that have county government. Is that a fair assumption for me to continue to make as I push back on people's statements that we are indebted at a level that we should not be, and we should, stop doing projects? So what is your opinion on just our overall debt?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. And many states are issuing debt on a county level, so you don't see it all accrued necessarily as far as state debt is concerned, right? And we also do a lot of work in Connecticut in supporting municipalities from a financial perspective that is different than some other states. That being said, I mean, I think there's certainly room for us to reduce our debt profile. I think our debt profile is probably a little bit higher than some states. But it certainly is amassed on the state level, which is why those comparisons are sometimes skewed.
So back under Governor Malloy, when he took office, there was no money. I mean, literally, we started off the rainy day fund or fund balance with zero in it. We were borrowing money for operational expenses, and we're still paying that time frame down. I mean, we enacted a number of policies that started under Governor Malloy and have continued under Governor Lamont. And we have taken a proactive approach to prioritize pensions over debt service to repay on a more proactive way. So that was not that long ago relative to debt. What is the average bond length that we have right now?
So it depends on the program. We issue debt sometimes on the 30-year mark for some of our general obligation bonds. Our special transportation bonds are usually issued on a 20-year basis. But I think to your initial point, I mean, there has been an incredible amount of progress that's been made in terms of the state's overall fiscal health, reducing our overall debt profile, balanced budget surplus, obviously our rainy day fund, which we, as you mentioned, were in a spot where we had no safety net in the event of volatility or a downturn in the market. We've also done work to pay down our debt in addition to just the unfunded pension liabilities, and much of that is kudos to the legislature. If you think specifically about the Special Transportation Fund, we proposed legislation last year that you all adopted that allowed us to essentially cap how much excess we have in that Special Transportation Fund at 18%, so similar to our rainy day fund. What that allowed us to do this January was actually take over $500 million of excess and pay down those special tax obligation bonds. And we're saving taxpayers upwards of $680 million over the next 10 years. We've actually proposed that again as legislation this session, with the goal of that being something that goes on in continuity, right? So that we take any excess in that special transportation fund and use it to pay down debt. So, I think we're constantly looking at these ways to be most efficient, to lower our debt profile, as well as all of the other work that's being done just to improve our overall fiscal health as a state.
So we have Town Aid Road, and we bounce this back and forth over the years. And I find it to be a little bit frustrating that last year we required ourselves to pay for it out of operating funds. And then this year it's going back to bonding. I don't care where it's going to sit, but it needs to sit there so that we're not doing this, because it doesn't make sense to me. And especially since we paid down that debt on the special transportation fund. Would you consider it wise for us to move it back over to bonding and not keep it in the operating budget side?
I would have to take a look specifically. I think a lot of what we're talking about bonding is important of what's included in that program, right?
Right.
And I think we want to make sure that what we are bonding are for actual capital expenditures, right? Our long-term projects. The idea is that we're funding those improvements with bonds that are going to essentially be paid out over the life of whatever that project is.
Right.
And I think from an overall fiscal policy, we want to make sure that we're not using bonding for kind of either one-time or operating expenditures. And so I think that would be the key piece to exactly where that resides.
And you have changed the policy on where we're investing our funds. How much money do you get to invest every year? And are we, Representative Walker and I sit up here and we convince people to take on different policies.
Yeah.
And so she and I have said, we decided we pay down the pensions, and we have fought for that each year.
Mm.
And we think we did the right thing. But at the end of the day, people say, what do we get out of it?
Mhm.
Why are we doing this when we have all this need, and should we continue to pay them down? Now we think that we should continue to pay it down. We think that it's important, but it is a natural question that comes up relative to that. So how much money do you get to invest every year, and what is that doing for us?
Yeah, I think it's critical that we continue to do this work. And I think what's important, if you take a step back and understanding how we've landed in this spot where we have so much of our budget tied up in fixed costs and in funding our pensions. And it's because we went about 70 years without doing what we were supposed to do. And at some point we have to address that challenge, right? And as you mentioned, when Governor Malloy came in, it was one thing, as difficult of a time as we were in, he was committed to making sure we were making our required contributions to our pension. What that's allowed us to do is, if you look at the last decade, we've essentially doubled the assets that we have in management for our pension fund. So we were under 30% funded. We were about $30 billion in our pension fund in 2014. We are now at nearly $60 billion in assets under management. This is a combination of the work that's been done, kudos to the legislature, in making sure, one, we're making our required contributions to our pension, but the additional funds that have gone in, which is about $8.6 billion of additional contributions into the pension. What's also important, and this is my responsibility, is making sure that the funds that we are putting into our pension fund are performing well, and that we're maximizing those dollars. And if you look at, there's been a lot of changes. Again, thank you to the legislature in strengthening our investment advisory council, making sure we can have really talented investment personnel on that body, making sure that we could recruit and retain top tier investment talent within the pension fund. But we've seen improvements already in performance. Over the last couple of years, we've been in the top quartile for performance. We performed at 11.5% on a net basis in fiscal year 24, 8.5% in fiscal year 23. So it's not only, the returns on the money that was already there, but we're getting a even bigger return on these additional contributions that we continue to contribute to the pension fund.
And is there a plan to, once we get to a certain level now, most pensions are considered, on how do you consider something fully funded? What is really fully funded? Is it 80%? Is it 100%? Some people say you have to be at 100%, but the reality is you're not going to pay out 100% of the pension funds that are there. People pass away. You're not paying out to some people. There is a natural progression of that. So once we get to a certain percentage, is this a point where we would look at saying, not only are we going to pay down on the pension, we're going to pay down on some debt service, so that we're providing a back and forth on that to address some of the concerns that people have relative to debt?
So I think it's a good question. Different states approach this differently in terms of what they consider fully funded or when they decide to shift priorities. I think the important thing is we certainly have more work to do before we get to that conversation. But I think it's an important one to have when we get there. And I think what is clear from the work that has been done to improve our overall fiscal health, to more fully fund our pensions, is that we can tackle some of these really big challenges as a state when we are focused on it and when we are diligent about it. And I think as we continue to make this progress, our goal would be to say, let's have that conversation when we start to get to the point that we say, maybe we don't need to, we still will need to continue prioritizing paying into our pensions and having them more fully funded. But maybe that guardrails conversation 10 years down the road is that we don't need to have all of our extra money going to pension funds. Maybe some of that needs to go to other really critical investments in our communities. And the way I look at this is, as we got here with our pension funds over 70 years of not doing what we were supposed to do, it cost us a lot of money. I don't think that that's different by failing to invest in our young people and in our communities. And those things ultimately cost us money long term as well. And so I think what we are finally in a position to do is, rather than operating from this position of kind of chaos and uncertainty, that we are in a spot where we can actually decide how we want to balance these interests over time. And I think that that's something we should continue to look at and analyze as we move forward.
So, Representative Baker has a couple of questions, but I want to codify that we did, that Malloy did say, Governor Malloy said to us, I will not sign a budget unless the ADAC is paid. Unless we're paying the actuarial responsibilities that have been outlined, I will not sign that budget. And it kind of forced us in to this discussion. And somewhere along the way, I'd like to talk about the Teachers Retirement Board pension obligation bonds and when those will be paid off. Representative Walker, do you have a question first?
I do, but I'll.
There you go. Representative Baker.
Okay.
Who do you want?
Thank you. Thank you for your answers. I just want to continue a little bit on what Senator Austin was talking about, which is a very hard dilemma for us in the community when we talk to everybody, because people are saying they're starving, things are falling apart, our fixed expenses have far exceeded what we invest in as far as the communities are concerned. How do we make them understand the value of this, and are we overvaluing those things a little bit more than what we should? Because, I mean, the fact that people may not have housing, food, education, higher education, roads, I mean, all of them have been neglected so that we can address these fixed expenses. But at some point, we have to have some sort of mechanism to let them know that we're now starting to change that dedication. Question.
Yeah, I would just say, I think one important piece to this is understanding that as we are making these additional contributions, they are freeing up resources in our general fund, right? They're lowering those fixed costs that we've been kind of shackled with for so long, which is allowing us to make some of these additional contributions. The other thing is that, you know, I'm not one that thinks that the guardrails should look exactly as they look forever, right? This commitment was made by the legislature. We included this in a bond covenant. And in my opinion, we are obligated to continue to meet this obligation that we made to our bondholders. And that the goal should be that we reevaluate these guardrails as we go, right? And so we made this commitment for another 5 years, and we should be evaluating where we are at that point to determine what that balancing of interest looks like. But I do think that we have to address these longstanding issues. I think about, you know, myself, as was mentioned, 2011, I think, is when we first started really making these required contributions. I was in law school, and I will my entire life be paying for generations of fiscal mismanagement in terms of not making these obligated payments into our pension fund. I do, you know, my hope in thinking longer term and thinking about the future of this state is I want to make sure that we don't continue to pass those obligations on to future generations. And so we do need to continue to invest in education and in our communities and find that balance, which is so critical. But we can also, I think, do so in a way that we're addressing these longstanding issues as well.
I agree, but one, we need to post the amount of funds that we are actually making more available as we do this. And we need to talk about that a lot
Absolutely.
louder and make it very understandable for people out there. That's one. But the other problem we have is there is a tsunami called Washington DC that is going to make us have to reevaluate all of it.
Absolutely.
So in doing this right now, this is a good conversation, but I think we as legislators have to start to take into account what's going to happen when Washington's is bottomed out or whatever.
And,
So-
and we're absolutely looking at that as well. I think one piece to keep in mind is where we are positioned fiscally is
Yeah.
that we are certainly better positioned to withstand whatever may be coming from Washington than almost any state across the country right now, in terms of our reserves and in our sound budgeting practices. But I would also say that the guardrails provide flexibility. And if there are changes that we need to make in terms of an emergency, in terms of withholding of funding, I mean, all of this chaos is certainly creating problems for us as a state. And more so than anything, it's this lack of predictability. I think there's also just the challenges of the larger economic impact that is likely going to result from a lot of these policies. But we're certainly remaining vigilant from that perspective as well.
I thank you for what you do, but I do think that we are in a very dangerous position. And yes, we are in better shape. We do have a savings account without a question, but what we have in our savings account does not equate the amount of money that we get from Washington.
Not even close.
So I don't even know how you deal with this avalanche. It's going to be
Yeah.
unbelievable. Representative Baker.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, committee. So, when you talk about your bonding, what is your long-term or your short-term, percentage or years that you do your bonding and stuff?
So it depends on the program for the length of issuance of bonds. For our special transportation programs, they're usually 20-year bonds.
Uh-huh.
And then what you also see is that normally we have call dates. So we have dates where we are eligible to refund or refinance bonds that are due. So our special transportation bonds, we normally are looking at refunding opportunities about 10 years into those. A lot of our general capital improvements or general obligation bonds may extend out for 30 years, but it depends, 20, 30 years, it depends on the program.
Can you give us a breakdown of it?
For
breakdown?
each
for a
program,
working
for what
session.
we have
For the
throughout-
working session,
What's that?
for the working session.
Sure.
Yeah, if
Yep.
you just provide, of, so your top, your top five, priority bondings would be, if you can give us a breakdown of it, okay?
Sure. Just for the
And what-
length
and what- and
of
what the,
issuance for each?
and what the terms are.
Sure, we're happy to provide that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, also, what's our bonding rating at this point?
So we're AA across the board. So for general obligation bonds, AA, we were just upgraded to AA plus by Kroll. And so that's for general obligation bonds. We have different ratings, again, depending on the program. And then we have, for the STO program, we are AAA rated by Kroll, and then AA rated across the board outside of that.
Oh, okay. And that varies from what, year to year, or how does it vary?
So it depends on which bonding program. So they're rated differently
Okay.
because there's different, our STO program is backed by money that's going into the Special Transportation Fund. Our general obligation bonds are backed by the full faith and credit of the state. In terms of it changing, our bond rating has been upgraded numerous times as a result of our improved financial position as a state. And so, we have been moving in the right direction from those outside rating agencies because of the work that's been done by the legislature and the governor's office in improving our fiscal health.
Okay, all right. One more question? Okay. Where are we at with, baby bonding? How's that, where are we at in terms of, that liquor bonding?
Certainly. So the program is doing well. We've had, there were over 16,000 children born into the program in the first year of the program. And so the funds, as you will recall, part of the way that we got this done was also funding this program in the most cost-effective way. So rather than issuing debt or borrowing to fund the program, we were able to free up resources, and we cut several $100,000 off the cost of the program. And it did not impact the general fund or require us to borrow. We've been investing those funds that are in the trust. And so that pool of money is growing so that we can continue the program on for the planned 12 years. We've been working closely with ambassadors. So we have an ambassador program, partnerships with, the community health centers, with a lot of our local organizations to both get the word out about the program, but also to make sure that we are providing regular communication and additional resources to baby bonds recipients. And so, you know, obviously doing something for the first time as a first in the nation program is always a healthy list in terms of implementing and building this out, but the program is well on its way. And we've continued to work with other states that are also interested in building out similar programs in their states.
So it's more of a work in progress in the sense.
Well, remember, it's a
Yeah.
long runway, and that the first child who will have
Mhm.
access to these funds directly isn't until, you know,
Okay.
18 to 30 years down the road. But again, we want to make sure that we're maximizing this opportunity. So we continue to do the work to make sure we're notifying families, but then we're also providing regular communication to provide the best, you know, foundation and support for families as possible. And then last, I'll just mention, we also have a 501c3 sleeve of that trust. And so we have been in touch with philanthropy where we'll continue to work to bring private dollars in to provide maybe some of the wraparound supports that could be really beneficial to children benefiting from the program.
All right, thank you. Appreciate
Of
you.
course, thank you.
Thank you. Senator Kushner, followed by Representative Pavlik Damato.
I heard you say that we might want to look at how we use the surplus in like 10 years from now. And I was a little surprised by that because while I totally appreciate that we are funding our pensions now in a responsible way, but that is built in terms of our annual payments that are scheduled for the next 10 years, or I think it's 15 years even, or more. And so why, isn't it possible that by using surplus certainly we get some more room in the budget when we pay down additional amounts from the surplus. But there's a possibility we could use those funds in a bigger way for other programs.
So the one thing I will note, so 10 years I was throwing out as an example of as we continue to evaluate. I think the next point to do this is our bond covenant ends in a few years. I think that would be the time to evaluate what we would want our guardrails to look like at that point. But I also think that there's limitations, right? So as we talk about the volatility cap or the surplus, we also have a spending cap that's in place that limits how much is going to be able to be used out of that. My general point was, as we look at whatever excess funds we have, I think we as a body, you as a body, the treasurer's office, the governor's office can determine if all of those funds should be used toward pensions or if we should be using them for something else as well. And so my main point was, just as an example, that wasn't the timeline that I'm necessarily thinking that we
Thank
should be using.
All set? Representative Pavlik Damato.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. And well, along those same lines, actually, I believe from our conversation today that we are using now money for that currently was within those limits or in the overage for additional things. I mean, first it was educational funding, now it's for salaries. But either way, what level are we currently funding our existing pension liability at? I'm not, if you could refresh my memory, I'm not sure what exactly that level is.
Are you asking about just our current funded ratio?
Yes.
Yep. So we are at 62.5% on our teachers' retirement fund, and we're at about 55.5% on the state employees.
Okay, and then are we funding then, let's say, the liability for our current staff fully, or because I assume the number that you're giving is for current retirees, people who are already retired, but what about our current staff that are working now and their future liabilities?
Yeah, that's all factored into our funded ratio is current and retired individuals.
Okay, for both the teachers and the 55.5 for the state?
That's correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Are you all set, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you. I want to go to teachers' retirement for a second. That we have a pension obligation bond for teachers' retirement. And I see that it's going down 61 million in year one and 45 million in year two, unless I'm reading the numbers wrong. When will the pension obligation bond for teachers' retirement be paid?
They're scheduled to be paid off in 2032.
2032?
Correct.
So we're in 2025, so 7 more years,
Yep.
we should be all paid there. And that's kept at a separate fund, teachers retirement board, you keep that as a separate tracking as you're tracking that across.
Correct. Yes, we keep the teachers, they're separate plans. We look at and report on our overall performance for the CRPTF, which combines those plans and trusts that we manage.
And I'm not certain if you know, but are you aware that Tier 4 employees pay all their expenses now? Tier 4 employees are a hybrid 401k. They are not a defined benefit plan as traditionally known for Tier 1, Tier 2,
Correct.
Tier 2A, and Tier 3. And each one of those tiers got less benefits relative to their pensions, sort of just saying out loud the facts of the case of a lot of people tell me that state employees get these fabulous benefits when they're actually in line currently with private sector, in some ways less than private sector because they don't get higher payouts.
Yes, and as a Tier 4 employee, I can speak to that firsthand.
As a Tier 2 employee, I understand it very well. And then I'd like to talk a little bit about Yukon debt service. Do you know where we stand on Yukon debt service? We have Yukon 2000. I'm uncertain where we stand.
Yeah, just the amount of outstanding bonds.
Yes, yeah. And
Um,
I know they do ongoing projects as they go through this.
Yeah, so 1.6 billion
1.6 billion right now,
outstanding. correct.
outstanding, that they haven't yet obligated to a project. Is that
That's
correct?
No, that's total out that's been issued,
Oh, okay.
and that is outstanding.
And what do we have that they have still an ability to access? Do you know?
306 million.
306 million?
Correct.
Thank you. Representative Paris?
Treasurer Russell, I know that we're running short on time, but just for the purposes of our work session for this subcommittee, if you could just explain to us with information moving forward why the payments are fluctuating with the teachers' pension debt, that would be helpful because I do know that it's going up and down over the next few years. And then if there are any strategies that we can see that you can provide to us in terms of ensuring that we're going to remain on schedule for those payments and how remain on schedule without putting extra stress on the budget, I think that would be helpful for all of us in the working group.
And this is for the teachers' retirement fund specifically?
Yes.
Yeah, so the amortizations, briefly, and we can follow up with additional detail. The amortization schedule was a 30-year, when the teachers' retirement fund was amortized back in 2019. And so those payments are kind of set for what would get to us to our target on that timeline. The idea is as we are making these additional contributions to our pension fund, as we continue to perform well, that some of those required contributions are also going to decrease over time, as well as with the state employees, retirement system. So the idea is that as we continue to more fully fund our pensions, we're actually reducing what those fixed costs are on an annual basis, in terms of what would be coming out of the general fund.
Thank you, and I appreciate that that explanation. I think that will certainly be helpful, especially as I think the two chairs are concerned about whatever's going to happen in Washington.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
But it is fair to say that teachers' retirement doesn't have the same decreases relative to state employees because state employees have seen significant decreases in their pension attractiveness, for lack of a better term. And it's also fair to say that teachers don't get Social Security.
That's correct.
So there is a difference in the reasoning why we have done what we have done with state employees and teachers. State employees get Social Security. They get a pension plan, albeit differently than it was. Teachers do not get Social Security. We have not provided additional caveats on teachers' retirement. It's essentially the same as it has always been.
Correct.
It is the same. If we were going to give them a tier, it would be tier 1, but it's stayed the same throughout time, and their salaries are dependent on the municipality that they come from. So we don't have a standard. So it's often the case that a teacher in New Britain is making less than a teacher in Greenwich and will receive less money in their retirement than that teacher in Greenwich will receive. We've had this debate a number of times.
Correct.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the Representative Baker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On Yukon 2000, Most of that debt comes from more of structural monies as they expand.
Meaning capital projects?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, all capital projects.
Oh, okay. Um, can you give us a list of the new projects that are coming out and what they're doing? And,
Sure, yep, happy
Okay.
to provide that, of
yeah, for the working session. Thank you.
course.
Anybody else have anything? Thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Have a nice day.
Thank you, you as well.
Up next, the Attorney General. I think he's online. Hmm? No. No, I don't. Is the Attorney General online? No,
Madam
he's
Chair,
not.
no,
Oh,
he's
I had it,
unable-
I had it, it said that the Attorney General was coming in online and I was like, okay. And then,
He was originally, but unfortunately he's now traveling and so he sent me
Oh,
instead,
oh,
so.
that's fine. I just was reading what was on my call sheet, so. You might as well introduce yourself while we're,
Thank you. Yes, I haven't been here before. This is honored to be here. I'm Deputy Attorney General Eileen Meskel. And here with the team, I think you've seen some of them before and you know them, Kara Passero, our Chief of Staff, Antoria Howard, the Assistant Deputy for Administration and Management, He Lee, our Budget Director, and Sue Kavanaugh, our HR Director. So thank you very much.
thank you very much. It shows an increase in the budget. It shows an increase. The governor's recommending that you get an additional 7 staff. Can you let us know what those 7 staff would be relative to?
So I believe that the increase that they're proposing is 3 staff to deal with the changes to the notice of material change. And then the 4, I think, is just a transfer of the cannabis from where it used to be into the general fund. Is that right? Yes. So the 4 is not really new. It's just a moving from one to the other.
A
The
funding
3 are new.
change. A funding change, but not,
Funding change, that's correct. And the 3 are new
okay.
of the 7.
Do you have any other, usually the Attorney General comes in with a listing of things that he has brought in for funding. Can you give us that listing?
Sure. We presented our written testimony. And in there, we talk about, so this is for fiscal year 2024. I'm sure you probably all have heard about the opioid settlement, 72 million for the opioid settlement fund. We also, in the Stone Academy case, if you're familiar with that, attained a settlement of $5 million on behalf of the students of the academy. We've done a lot of settlements regarding healthcare providers for in the fraud unit for the state. We're currently involved in litigating on PFAS and trying to get money for the state to remedy the PFAS issues. I think overall, we returned over 220 million to the general fund and other state funds and through settlements related to privacy, data breaches, and things of that nature, which are small in and of themselves, but obviously they add up collectively. Opioids, as I mentioned, we get money in through tobacco, collections, restitution, and civil penalties and enforcement actions.
And can you bring that list to the working group so that we can
Absolutely.
contemplate that?
Yes, we were
Um,
happy to do that.
And you talked a little bit about PFAS. Could you explain to me a little bit more about what you're doing with PFAS?
So we brought suit and we're handling that in-house in our office to try to recover the costs. And it's primarily, a CUPPA action in the sense of, what we were what everyone was led to believe and what was known about PFAS. And so that's in the initial stages of litigation. But our hope is to obviously recover significant. I think if you all know PFAS, there are significant, it's everywhere, right? So this isn't something that's small. And in order to get costs for the state to be able to remediate that, that's why we brought that suit. But it is, I don't, you know, it is, we're in the stages now. We're not near the end. It's sort of at the beginning of that.
And this is akin to something like the tobacco
Yes, I would
fund?
say it is. Yes.
Because PFAS, like you said, is everywhere, but it's in, so for example, the Franklin Town Hall has PFAS in their water system, and they have no access to any other water around there. They'll have to figure out a filtering system, which they've not been able to figure out. And Maine does removal of PFAS infected soil as a result of um, solid waste that was put on
Mhm.
fields. We're not doing that in Connecticut yet. And some people think that the waste to energy plants, which I think provide us a way to get rid of our waste, which we don't have a lot of ways, we're sending far too much out of state, is spewing out PFAS related um, uh, smoke or whatever comes out of the smokestacks. And I've been involved with them for a long time, looking at different ways to stop different things from coming out of the smokestack. So I'm just curious if you could bring to the working group some more about that PFAS action so that we can understand it. I can remember starting to talk about this a couple of years ago, and Representative Walker said, "What the heck is PFAS?"
I will say, I know that part of what's going on is, you know, working with DEEP and probably some other agencies about identifying and trying to determine, you know, what the damages to the state is. But it's complicated, I'm sure. But I would say it's similar, not similar in substance, but similar to what we dealt with the tobacco case.
Thank you. Representative Walker.
Thank you, and good to see you. Good to
Thank
see
you.
you. We're here for your budget.
Yes.
So tell us, what is it in your budget that, as far as your personnel, were there reductions in your personnel line items? And what are the needs that you feel your agency has that we should focus on?
Thank you very much for that question. So the proposed budget reduces our budget, our personnel budget, by 1.5 million in each of the fiscal years. And that would be a significant cut to us in terms of being able to fill vacancies. So right now we have like 22 vacancies that we are in many ways trying to actively fill. We always have a delay when somebody leaves, right? And trying to fill that position. So that budget cut over the next 2 years significantly reduces our ability to fill certain positions, to add positions to issues like what's going on with the federal government, our ability to defend and go after enforcement issues. We are not asking for additional funds. I just want to make that clear in the sense of we're asking for what our appropriation was previously. And within that, we feel we can maintain and even, because have a lot of additional new work that we, you know, didn't have in the last few years. And so that would significantly hurt us. In addition, there's a deficiency bill that would sweep certain money, would sweep $2 million from our budget in this current bill. And that actually would significantly impair us between now and the end of that fiscal year from being able to fill positions we're actually actively recruiting. In fact, I have somebody coming in this afternoon that is my third try of trying to fill a spot that's really needed in one of our defensive sections. And so what we respectfully ask is that we just keep what we have in terms of our funding.
So your request is really just to keep every funding at the stable level that it was last year.
Correct.
Okay. And can you remind me, how much money have you guys brought to us in this?
Oh, I think it was,
dollar amount.
Yes, we'll get you the specific number, but it's over 220 million. And our budget is, our current budget is a little over 38 that we want to keep versus the cuts.
Which are addressing tobacco, addiction, housing, things of that nature. Things
Correct.
that we all have been fighting for here.
Yeah.
So it's a good investment, I think, in getting you the staffing that you need, so you can continue doing that. Thank you.
I agree wholeheartedly. Thank you.
That was easy.
All set?
Mhm.
Representative Paris?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Deputy General, good morning. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good. Just a quick question, and this will be a similar question that we'll also have for DRS. The transfer of I just want to go back to the transfer of the cannabis regulation responsibilities to the general fund. How will your office continue to ensure that the enforcement and oversight remains effective with the changes that we have per the recommendations of the governor's proposal?
Are you talking about switching the funding or?
Correct. With the switch of the funding, how can we ensure that the oversight will still be
As, as
above
long
board?
as those positions are still within our ability to keep, then our enforcement will continue. And I would be remiss if I didn't say that it's a lot of enforcement. There's a
Right.
lot that we do in that space, and we're trying to work with other partners to make sure that we're all on the, towns and the state's attorney's office. And so that's critically important. It's our understanding that by moving it, we're keeping that. It's just a move. Am I? Yes. Okay. I got a confirmation
I
that
guess
we're
I'm
not
trying-
actually losing the position.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yes.
And I understand that you're not losing the positions. I guess I need to be further educated on what the move means in terms of the finances, yet you're still keeping the positions, but I'm sure we can figure that out. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll be happy to provide you additional information on that.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Baker?
Madam Chair, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm just trying to get some clarification. So I know over the years that we've provided more funding for more positions for enforcement. Just to be clear, you said that the recovery was what, 20 million or
220
million over the course of the last
fiscal year.
fiscal year? And
Right.
what do you project? Do you project any, you have any other major lawsuits and stuff or litigations and
We certainly have a lot of litigation here, right? It's a little hard to project because of,
Okay.
But what I will say is that what this doesn't account for, I've been with the office a long time, and obviously the enforcement piece is us bringing in money. But what we also do is save money on the back end through the defensive work, right? Which is making sure that when people make demands, whether it's property damage or, personal injury cases or condemnations, right? We're defending those cases and saving a lot of money on the back end as well. But we can look at what we have, like PFAS is not something that's going to come up in the next
Mhm.
right year unless something substantially changes. But I'm happy to take a look at other things that we have for priority matters, and we can provide some information on that.
So what is your staffing breakdown now in terms of how many positions are filled versus vacancies and
So we have, under our budget, that our original appropriation, we have 319 authorized and funded, of which we have some vacancies, right? So, I think I mentioned 22 full-time. I think there's 6 part-time vacancies. So, but the count is that want to keep is 319,
319?
right?
Okay. And so you talk about that you wanted to add more. Is that within your vacancies?
No, what I'm saying is that with our vacancies that we have, we can add if we keep the budget as
Okay.
originally appropriated.
Okay.
We're not asking for, there is the 3 people that would be added if we get the additional statutory change, but that's a little different. Other than that, I'm just asking to let us use the money
Okay.
in our original appropriation to fill spots.
All right. Do you plan on filling those vacancies in this
I'm
cycle?
trying as hard as I can to fill as many vacancies to help not only the current units that have those vacancies, but to address some of the new work that's come up.
And the breakdown of the breakdown of the positions are, can you provide that with the breakdown of the positions at the work, if you don't have them now?
Oh, you mean in terms of vacancies?
Well, the positions that you want to fill.
Oh, For specific units, are you asking?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
so for instance, we have a couple that are vacant in our public safety section, which is state police, corrections. We have a vacancy in our antitrust section. We have a vacancy in our child protect, well, we're about to have 2 vacancies, maybe, if 2 of our people get confirmed, been nominated to the bench. So we would have those vacancies. We have a couple of vacancies. Our previous Solicitor General left in the end of November. And so while we filled that internally, we have to backfill, right? So there's sort of a change. So we have that vacancy. I think there's a vacancy in special lit. And did I miss any? Oh. Oh, right. And we're trying to hire an equal opportunity officer as well. And there's another a business position where we had a vacancy. And I can get you more specifics. Those are the ones that I'm
Yeah.
aware off the top of my head.
Appreciate if you provided that for our work session.
Sure.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Kushner, followed by Representative Nuccio.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Still morning.
Yes.
Do you have could you estimate how many of the positions you would not be able to fill if we reduce your budget by $1.5 million? Do you have a sense of how many of those positions?
I believe it's about half, 11.
About
of
half of them.
Yeah, is that right? Yes. Yeah, that's correct.
And the other thing you said fairly quickly, but I think is pretty monumental, is the work that is being done now to pursue cases with other states in terms of the federal funding that's been cut and other actions that the federal government's taking. Clearly, that work is critically important right now, and I would like to take this opportunity to let you all know that we hear a lot from constituents, and they're very pleased that the Attorney General is taking such an active role, and that Connecticut is one of the states that is really pushing back on some of the federal changes that are coming down. So we appreciate that very much. But you mentioned kind of in passing that we might not be able to do this work if we did not have complete staffing in the AG's office. Can you elaborate on a little?
Sure. Let me say that work has come in fast and furious in only, a 3-week time period that we have. And what we've already done, because it impacts obviously a lot of agencies. We have the NIH problem. We have the overall, freeze that happened when the memo came out. And then we get certain directives that aren't immediate, but we get, we see certain directives that are coming down the line, pauses and other things. And in that short period of time, obviously we've joined suits, we've gotten injunctions to prevent those from happening at the moment. And what we've had to do though, because these are not issues that we've routinely dealt with, obviously, even when there's been different administrations in the past, on a regular basis or as fast as they are coming to us, is we've used our existing staff to establish sort of what we call a funding team, or, because a lot of this is so specific to the type of grant, type of legislation, type of approval by Congress. And it crosses many of our sections, right? We have DOT, we have DEEP, we have the colleges and universities, we have the state as a whole. And so we've already taken resources, asked people to do this work when it's not work that they have traditionally done. But the goal would be to obviously be able to backfill or get, backstop. We don't know. We're all still in a period of how much we suspect we're going to obviously be doing this a lot going forward. And people are, asking for help and assistance. And so, we looking at the numbers, we said, okay, if we keep our current budget, we can add some within that budget. But if we reduce it by half of those numbers, we have some of our statutory responsibilities on the defensive side. We have to fill those. And so it becomes a challenge, where we try to figure out where to plug those holes. And so that's why we're asking that we not have to do that.
It sounds like you're doing more with less already.
We-
So in other words, all the additional work that has come to the AG's office in the last 3 weeks is being done by current staff, and without filling vacant positions, it's not likely you can continue to work on that level at that pace.
That's correct. It's not sustainable long-term.
Thank you.
And if I may, I just want to shout out to them, the people who are doing this work and spending nights and weekends, because they've really done an amazing job. So I want to thank them.
Like I said, we really
Yeah.
appreciate it. We see that, and it's noted and well appreciated.
Thank you.
And when you bring that Representative Baker asked for the dollars, make sure that those are what is coming in this current fiscal year, not long-term that we've been getting, unless you're breaking it out by year.
I-
So you see what I mean?
Yes, I see what you're saying, because there are differences in terms of even
Right.
with the opioid and this tobacco and all of
Right,
that. Correct.
right. What's coming in this year?
Got it.
Thank you. Representative Nuccio, followed by Representative Pavlik D'Amato.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for the information. I have a couple of questions regarding the annualizing cost of existing wages. I'm asking everybody this. I think the answer has been pretty consistent, but I just want to confirm. These annualized increases of the 1.5 includes your open head count, yes or no?
You mean the 1.5 that's being proposed to cut?
No, the annualizing the existing wage agreements
Oh, yes, yes.
includes the opens. Okay, and my 3 years that I've been here, I've been asking for information on that, and you're talking about the 1.5 million, and you're saying it reflects about 11 of the 22 vacancies. How many what has been your trend of vacancies over the last few years? I believe you've had vacancies every year that you guys have come before us. Do you happen to know what your average vacancy rate is?
I don't know. Do you know who? Okay. So it's usually a little higher. This year, it's actually lower than we've had in previous years.
Okay, so for the last few years, though, you've consistently had at least 22 openings, vacancies.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
So what makes you think that we're gonna fill all those vacancies this year?
Well, I think part of the issue, the way our office works, and certainly this happened since maybe 2022 in terms of when we have obviously people that leave during the year for various reasons. And there is definitely a gap in when we refill those positions. And so we have added some staff. I say added. We've added work to existing staff. Reproductive rights. We have reproductive rights counsel. We have civil rights counsel. And in the past, we've been able to absorb some of that within the existing budget. But we always have a gap, and we always will have vacancies. If, for example, we'll have two more, potentially two more, I should say, in the coming year. Last year, we had 3 to judge nominations, plus retirements, plus people who just leave for other reasons. And so because of the time that it takes, we cannot fill them before they leave. And we have to look at the applications, and if they are a fit, there's always going to be a gap between when we have a vacancy and when we are able to fill the vacancy.
No, I get that part, right? I understand the flow of hires and retirements and people going and all of that. My point I think I'm trying to make is that you guys have consistently been running at between 7 and 10% vacancy for the last few years. So taking 1.5 million from your PS just looks like, to me in the non-government world, it's padding your budget, right? You know that we're not going to be fully staffed. We're not going to hire 24 attorneys this year. So keeping 1.5 million in there seems like we're keeping money for positions that we know we're not going to have, and that's taxpayer dollars. But my concern is then you're looking to add also 3 new positions for material change legislation. And without those positions, will somebody else in your area take up this? And this is I'll be honest with you, the act that you're talking about, reviewing the healthcare equity transitions, heck, if I could get the Attorney General's office to go back and review CONs to prove that.
Representative Nuccio,
Yes,
that is not an ask by the agency. That is an ask by the governor.
but
So-
it's in here as they're, so they're here to,
If you looked at the agency requested, they're only asking for 319. When the governor recommended it, he recommended 326 and he added in the 3. It is not an agency request. It is,
So-
it is.
so they won't speak to this ad then, even though
Right.
it's in their budget. Okay.
Well, it's not in, it's what the governor has asked, and what she said was, we'd like to stick with the 319.
Oh,
She's
okay.
not
I'm
saying
sorry, I
that-
must have missed that part.
Yeah, I apologize. I just wanted to make sure that she
No,
is.
no, that's fine if I missed that part. So the agency doesn't want this. It's funny because I was actually gonna say, I've been asking for the Attorney General's office to review CON and be more forceful with the hospitals that are consolidating and actually not doing what they said they were gonna do. And when I've talked to the Attorney General, he said, well, we don't have the staffing for that. And then I noticed the 3 positions in here, so I was hopeful that maybe they were gonna start doing what Rhode Island and Massachusetts do and being more stringent on making sure people are actually filling filling their promises when they combine these hospitals. So I guess then the 1.5 million, they're taking 1.5 million, which you said equates to about 11 vacancies, and then they're adding 1.5 million in personnel services for existing wage agreements. And that includes the opens getting a bump too. So I'm gonna have to kind of mull this one around a little bit, but I think that's all that I have for questions right now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Up next is Representative Pavlock D'Amato.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was wondering how much of the work, and I'm not sure, I might have to phrase this a couple different ways, but how many of the cases are outsourced to, let's say, agencies or other attorneys? Do you know?
Are you
Uh-huh.
talking about outside counsel?
Yes.
Okay, so we could certainly get a list of what we have for outside counsel for the agencies. In terms of large cases, it's primarily, actually, I don't, we really don't, like PFAS, we're doing in-house. That's probably one of our biggest ongoing cases. Most of the outside counsel that I'm familiar with are providing advice to agencies in a specific specialized area. For example, a couple of the health agencies have bankruptcy outside counsel, not as a routine use, but as when issues come up. Some of them, I think, have specific outside counsel for certain compliance or related to either research regulations or Title IX and other issues. And so I would, I'm familiar with many of them. I'm not off the top of my head familiar with, other than the most current prospect, which is sort of a case, it's in bankruptcy, which we appeared as well. There's outside counsel to deal with it because it's in Texas. It's not here in Connecticut. We don't have a specific case or cases that I can recall we have outside counsel for currently. We do have them for agencies in specialized area, though.
Okay. And because I believe, is the Children's Law Center, is that a place to sometimes the attorneys from there that are sometimes hired for various cases?
That does not ring a bell to me. No, okay. I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. Not familiar with it. Anybody, or using any attorneys from the Children's Law Center for anything?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Okay. Thank you
But
very
I will double check that, but I don't think so.
much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Are you all set, Representative?
If I may, is outside counsel, would they be a separate line item, or would that be part of the personnel and personal services?
Usually come in under OE.
It actually, most of the time, they're getting paid by the agency itself. So it's not in our budget per se.
Thank you.
And there are lawyers in many of the state agencies that take on cases relative to that specific state agency, but would not be outside counsel. They would be counsel within the confines of that respective agency.
Yeah, I think they all have in-house counsel They can't appear, with maybe a couple of exceptions. They can't appear in court, but they can do the general work of the agency.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none? You're all set.
Thank
You
you
did
so
a
much.
fine job. Tell the Attorney General he can send you anytime.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Up next is Department of Revenue Services, Commissioner Boughton. Good. I think is it afternoon yet? No, it's still morning. Commissioner, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Olson. It's my pleasure to be here again. If not, are you wearing your vest?
I am.
I did not.
I have my heated vest on because it's always cold in here.
They're not the greatest invention in the
Th-
world.
They are a good invention. I don't know who has the patent on it, but they're making money off of me.
I didn't wear mine today, but I was thinking about it out of, sort of solidarity with the committee. Anyways, we are here today, DRS is in support of the governor's budget. We have gone through several evolutions over the last several years that we're proud of, that always, require more work. And we continue to analyze our services and continue to work on those areas that we think we can improve upon. A lot of our latest initiatives have been data-driven and are using various pieces of data to be able to enable collection processes. And that means more using data means less actual people you need. So that's a good thing for us and a good thing, we think, for the state of Connecticut as we look to maximize every dollar and save revenue anywhere we can. So we're pretty excited about what's happening in our space. We're working very hard each and every day, and we will continue to do that. And we're here today to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. So can you tell us what is the rate of collection in of regular normal people's income tax, not the high level guys?
Rate of collection is there a rate, John? You want much more? Yeah. I don't know if we really classify it by a rate.
Well,
Good morning, Senator.
collect 70% of the
The-
expected returns, 90%,
I see.
that
Yeah.
kind of thing. That's what I'm talking about. I
Yeah.
may be using the wrong terminology.
Yeah, and to answer your question, the IRS does a lot in this area, and they've determined that roughly 87%, 86 to 87% of a compliance rate, particularly for personal income tax. And we just completed our own tax gap study, and we found that our numbers align very closely with the Internal Revenue Service.
And did you look at the besides the personal income tax, did you look at the rate of return on other monies that you bring into the state?
We did.
Yeah.
We
Where
did.
do you stand on that?
Well, the tax gap breaks it down by various categories, the study that we did.
Yep.
So by far the largest area that we see leakage in our system is the sales and use system. That tends to be a challenge for us in terms of enforcement, challenge in terms of people registering, filing, even sometimes knowing that they have to get a sales and use tax permit. So I would say if you had to pick an area, that would probably be, would you agree, John, would be the biggest? It was about 80%.
Yeah,
of
sales tax is challenging. It's a tax that's a trust tax that's collected by, as you know, by the retailer, held in trust and then remitted to the state. So we do have some compliance challenges there, but I think Commissioner is right in his take on it.
And to that end, we've created a small business unit that now is making personal visits out to various, what we consider cash-based businesses and sharing with them how to register, what to do. It's not necessarily a gotcha thing. It's more about getting people compliant, and that's what we've been working with.
So if you go out to someone that may not have known that they should be paying sales tax for whatever the reason may be, it's not like you're saying we want a return from past years. You're trying to go prospectively, not retrospectively. Would that be fair to say?
We're encouraging people to comply. Now, if we have somebody that we suspect has committed fraud against the taxpayers of the state of Connecticut, of course, we'll work on enforcement. But generally, the first step for us is to get compliance, get them current, and get them paying going forward.
So if they're collecting the tax, then you would go you might consider saying, hey, listen, you've been collecting this tax, it actually belongs to the state of Connecticut. But if they're not collecting the tax, then let's move forward and say, we're going to try to encourage you to participate like you should be participating.
Yeah, and that would take the form of one of our agents visiting them and sitting down, helping them fill out the paperwork and get registered and get compliant. And then we'll track them. If they don't pay after a couple of months or however, quarterly or however they're based on paying, we'll make another visit and then we could start enforcement procedures if we have.
And many people, and I know that you were short-staffed for a long time on just having the capacity to do what you do. Do you know where you stand now?
So right now, we in this current fiscal year, we're approved at 500, roughly 597 positions. We stand at about 530. We lose positions through attrition, people retiring. Unfortunately, some people getting very sick. And so, you know, it's an ongoing battle as we continue to recruit and hire new folks.
Representative Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Just for some clarity on your, how many current positions do you have, filled?
I think it's 527, but I want to be exact.
Yes, yeah, that's correct.
527.
I'm sorry?
527 are filled right now.
Okay, how many vacants?
67.
67.
7?
67.
67. Okay. And, what are you, your plans in terms of those positions and stuff?
Yeah, so right now, we did have a significant holdback of $11 million in this fiscal year. In fact, I think the committee here had discussion about it. So it's not as devastating as it sounds, because if I could just give you a quick second on the run up to hiring somebody, the cadence of that, it takes time for us, first of all, to recruit people with an accounting background, which is required under our regulations. Then once we do the recruitment, the hiring process can literally take months, which is something that DAS has been working on, but still becomes a challenge to us. And then finally, our training to get somebody fully trained up and actually creating revenue for us is about 18 months. So we'll work on this throughout the summer and next fall, and it takes time. And then, of course, as we get somebody new on board, somebody else decides to retire, which we're happy for them. We want them to go have a margarita on the beach, but now we got to go find somebody else to work. So it's an ongoing process.
So can you provide for the working session a breakdown of those positions that you want to fill, the categories for us, please?
Sure. John, you want to give us a sense of some of the
Yeah.
categories?
Thank
Sure.
you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
He's got the computer in front
Oh,
of
he
him.
has it?
Oh, did you want that now, or did you want us
Well,
to
I wanted
provide?
you to provide them so that, so the other committee members can.
Oh,
see.
certainly, certainly. We can.
Yeah.
All right, we'll
certainly do
send that over to you
Sure.
then.
But
Representative.
I'm sure that will be a conversation. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Representative Nuccio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And hi, Commissioner, how are you?
Good, Representative Nuccio. It's good to see you.
Good to see you. I'm sorry I can't be there, but I don't think anybody wants, I don't know if I got this catchy or not. I don't want to spread it, so we get the TV version today. We're back to the Brady Bunch. So the only question that I really have that you haven't already answered is the $9 million that they're holding back. Do you know how many head count that equates to?
Let's turn to John for that. I figure average for each employee is roughly with benefit load, 100,000.
Yeah, it might even be a little bit less than that. You know, we bring our auditors come in and our collectors come in as trainee positions. As Commissioner said, it takes a while to train the staff to be fully up to speed. There is a learning curve with this type of work. So we bring them in as trainee positions. The accounting career trainee position is our auditor entry-level position. That I would say is probably roughly around 75,000. And our collector position, which is a revenue agent, they come in as a Connecticut career trainee, and the average is probably 65-ish, $70,000 in that range.
So 65,000 to 70. Okay, so I can back into the head count from that. And then I just want to confirm the $500,000 that we're taking out of other expense. You guys are totally fine with that because it was a one-time postage payment?
Yeah.
Yeah, out of O&E, yeah, that's no problem.
Yes. All right, you guys are fairly small, so, you know, that's really only questions that I have right now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Pavlock Tomato.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a very specific question, and it has to do with pink fuel or dyed fuel and unauthorized use of that on highways. Do you have anybody enforcing that rule or law anymore? I don't know if you're know what I'm talking about, or if you want me to explain.
Go ahead. John.
Yeah, we do have we understand the question. Thank you. And we do have enforcement in that the particular area. We do have a group of auditors who work on these types of issues in our audit division. And we also have criminal enforcement who may be involved in these types of things as well. But just to kind of answer your question, generally, the agency does address these things.
So I know there was a woman from the IRS who I think through a grant program was also enforcing it. And I'm not sure if you still have that individual anymore, but is the fuel sent out for testing, or how exactly do you do that as an agency?
Yeah, I'm not sure of the details, to be quite honest with you.
Okay, would that be something you would be able to get to me? Because I know those tickets are about probably 4,500 or so for violations, and I see it as probably an increasing problem as expenses increase for businesses, especially small companies delivering whether it's oil or various even your local landscaper. Just trying to save some money. So yeah, if you could get me the details, because I was told there was an IRS person who was involved, and that position's no longer there. So I'm not sure who is sending it out for testing and how that's being enforced further, because I don't think it's been enforced for the last year at least. But yeah, if you could send me in the committee some information, that would be great, because I'd love to know if there's lost revenue in that category.
Absolutely. We'll get back to you on that,
Thank
Representative.
Any other questions? Representative Bronzo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Just a question about the Cannabis Regulatory Fund. There are 7 positions there now. Are they all filled at this point?
They have been filled, but they're now being moved.
Yeah, right. They're getting shifted over to the,
Yeah.
that was the next second part of my question. They're getting shifted over to the general fund,
That's right.
but the folks in those positions are still going to be doing having the same roles and
Pretty
responsibilities.
much the same function.
Great, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? I think you're all set, sir. Thank you. The committee's going to stand at ease, and we'll be back at 1:30.
Not 1:30.
I don't wait till 1:30 to. Good afternoon, everybody. Commissioner. Is he out there?
He's right over there.
Hi, Sean, come on up.
Come on.
Nice try to hang out over in the side so he can't see you.
He's gonna pick up the microphone and walk around.
In actuality, I'm trying to spare everyone from whatever plague I caught from my children, so.
They're little petri dishes, those little ones. We love them dearly, but just like them to stop bringing home diseases.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. We're reconvening the meeting on agencies for General Government B. We have up this afternoon. First up is going to be the State Comptroller, and second up will be the Department of Administrative Services. So we're starting with you, Mr. Comptroller, but first let me see if there are any comments from my co-chair. Representative Walker says no. Representative Baker, do you have any comments?
Representative Baker?
Andre, any comments?
Any comments?
No. All right, we're gonna move ahead. Representative Nuccio, any comments?
Thank you, ma'am. I respect what you're doing, Sean. I'm doing the same thing, which is why I'm on the Brady Bunch screen today.
So everybody's sniffling and I just came from my power walk around the LOB, so. Do you want to say any opening words, please?
Yes, well, good afternoon, Senator. Good afternoon, Representative. Those on attendance virtually, good to be here. I have submitted testimony. I am absolutely not going to read it line by line, which I know is well thought upon by former colleagues in the legislature, but I do want to highlight a few things. As you'll see in the beginning of the testimony, we put some information there about some things we're proud of, but I'll leave that to you to read on your own time. In terms of the impact of the governor's budget on our agency, there are three things that I would like to draw attention to the committee for. The first is that we continue to seek funding to the tune of $983,000 in PS for 12 positions in the following details. Again, won't go over all of this, but it's really laid out in the testimony. These are critical positions for us. 5 of them deal with core CT. Core CT, as the chairs know very well, is what virtually every single state transaction, financial, payroll, human resources, all of that goes through core CT. And there has been a 25% staff reduction over the last few years, mostly due to retirements. We're trying to scale this back up again and make sure that we have the resources to make that critical function workable every day, in addition to the other work that we've been given as part of our portfolio that I'll talk about in a second. The second is 4 positions for audit staffs. Last year in 2024, the governor asked us to do 2 very high-profile investigations. We also accumulated a P card review from DAS that the legislature put over to us. Now we need the resources to actually make that work. That's what those 4 are for. 2 retirement benefits officers. It's a little bit morbid, but we are now averaging around 200 state employee retirees dying each month. That's double what it was just 10 years ago in 2013. So obviously, as that retiree workforce ages, we're having trouble processing the payments and the procedures and the benefits in a timely fashion just because of how many deaths there are per month. So we're looking for 2 more folks there, and then a paralegal to help us with the contracting that we do. I would argue that when we talk about our health benefits, we probably have the largest contracts in the entire state, and we're looking for some help on the paralegal side. Number 2, Madam Chairs, is $1.2 million in 26 and 1.3 in 27 that get back to, again, the massive core CT upgrades that we are in the process of doing. As this committee may remember, our core CT modernization project is underway and will continue through 2025. Some key milestones of that: we moved everything to the cloud in 2023. In 2024, PeopleSoft software got a modernization upgrade. And then in 2025, we're introducing things like multi-factor authentication, in addition to the fact that we are in the first phase of moving the TRS system over to Core CT, which is a very expensive and very time-consuming process that we believe will make TRS better. But we need some resources to make sure that we're doing this. For several years, we were basically absorbing the fact that the governor was not putting money in our budget for this. But we've reached a point where we just can't afford to do that anymore, and we need the support to continue making this run, which serves over 150,000 people through Core CT. There's additional smaller changes here dealing with how we process disability retirements. There have been some stories in the news recently about our ability to investigate potential disability retirement fraud. Right now, the medical examining board is a team of 3 doctors who almost never specialize in the particular thing that the person is there to get a medical retirement due to. If we are able to utilize the services that we're hoping to do with our budget, we can make sure that there is a specialist that knows exactly what's going on with that person in some of these things, which we think is good for both the time that we need to process these, but also to catch the limited but still potential fraud and abuse that does go on with that system. Finally, number 3, Madam Chair, is we are seeking $5 million in other expenses to maintain existing healthcare for paraeducators. In 2023, the legislature gave us $5 million and asked us to figure out how to give healthcare to paraeducators. These are the hardest working but least paid folks in education. We did do that in 2023, and we helped 4,200 paras afford their health insurance. In 2024, the legislature gave us $5 million more, so for a total of $10 million. And as a result of that, we were able to help 7,000 paras across the state of Connecticut. I have heard incredible stories from these folks that basically said, I stayed in this profession because of this, and we would love nothing more than to continue that. Before I wrap up, I do just want to draw the committee's attention to 2 things that are happening right now that my office is involved in. Number 1, we are seeing a spike in the cost of retiree healthcare. This is something that is largely attributed to 3 things. The first of which is that there was a change in federal reimbursement. The second is that the Inflation Reduction Act made some changes to drug costs that were intended to help the taxpayers and people of the country, but had unintended consequences on group Medicare Advantage plans that raised the cost for all of us. And then third, like every health plan in the world right now, we are seeing higher utilization. And as a result of that, our hospital costs are big time up. And our drug costs are big time up because of the rising cost of drugs. We made a decision, or I made a decision to go out to bid and to potentially explore changing our contractor when it comes to retiree health, because the bids that we were receiving were so astronomically higher than they were supposed to be, that we decided to go out to bid. We are in the process of doing that now, and I don't have the information, nor will I by the time this committee wraps up his work. But by May, we do believe that we will have the bids back, and I'll have a better idea of what the final cost will be in the next fiscal year. But I do want to warn the committee that we are experiencing serious, significant issues there. Finally, as I've spoken to the chairs about privately, the governor's budget does include money for myself to negotiate with the hospitals over a change in what we pay them and an increase in what they get from Medicaid. It also includes money to apply for an 1115 Medicaid waiver. And the goal of all of this, and the goal of the conversations that I have been having at the behest of the governor with the Hospital Association, is to try to see if there's a way for us to leverage more federal dollars that can allow us to raise the Medicaid rates for everybody on Medicaid, something that this committee and many other committees have tried and wanted to do for a long time. We believe that we can do that. I know the hospital associations and my friends from the Hospital Association have been putting out a lot of statements, but we continue to want to work productively with them. I believe that we are, and I believe that that process will stay on track, and I'm committed to doing that at the behest of the governor and in partnership, of course, with this committee and the legislature and our friends in the hospitals. So with that, thank you for your indulgence to breeze through this. And I am here, as is pretty much our entire executive team, to answer any and all questions that you or the committee has. Thank you.
Thank you. So you said how many staff for core CT? Was that 6?
5.
5. So it's 5 for core CT, 4 audit, and 2 retirement benefits. Was it
And 1 paralegal for a total of 12 positions, Senator.
what the 1 paralegal is for which area?
That is for the healthcare division.
The two were auditors?
Retirement benefit audit.
2 retirement benefits, officer trainees, 4 audit staff, and 5 core CT.
And none of these are currently in the governor's budget?
None.
And it says the agency request was 284 and the governor's recommending 291, which is the 7 moving from DAS to OSC. So did you ask for these 12 when you submitted your budget?
Yes. Except for 2. So 10 of the 12 we did.
Okay, because they don't record that in our information here. So if you could send us that information in that
Yes.
request, that would be helpful. And your 1.2 in year 1 and 1.3 in year 2 for the modernization of core CT, is that currently in the governor's budget?
No.
And do you know what the cost is for the 12 positions?
The cost of the 12 positions, $983,972.
983,000.
972.
Thank you. Okay. So I have a couple questions.
You just asked.
No, I was trying to clarify what he said. Nice try. Nice try. So, I'd like to go directly to the fringe benefit component of things. And I talked to you, privately about this before. And, one was on the PBM, or maybe somebody in your staff. I think I talked with you directly, but I have had so many conversations lately. I apologize if it wasn't directly with you. And my understanding is that we use for state employees, PBMs, or state employee retirees. All of our healthcare systems have a function of the pharmaceutical costs, and we use pharmacy the ones that everybody hates. But thank you. And we use that, correct?
Yes.
How much money do we save every year on that? And introduce yourself too.
Yep. Hi, I'm Josh Wojcik. I'm the Director of the Health Policy and Benefit Services Division at the Comptroller's Office. That's the division that administers the state employee health plan. And holds we hold a contract. CVS Caremark is the pharmacy benefit manager today for the state employee plan. We utilize a pharmacy benefit manager because they provide a series of services that the plan itself can't do on its own. So they provide us with a nationwide network of over 60,000 pharmacists that our members can go and receive prescription drugs. And then they reimburse those pharmacies, right, when our members, fill their drugs at those locations. And so they process claims on our behalf. In addition to that, they also negotiate for rebates or after purchase discounts with drug manufacturers. Again, something on a large scale we couldn't really do ourselves given the total number of drug manufacturers. Overall, right now on a quarterly basis, in terms of rebates, which we would not otherwise have access to, we get about $62 million or so quarterly in rebates. And then in addition, right, we do get access to pricing that is at all of the retail pharmacies that is better than market average. So overall, we do get significant benefits of working with a pharmacy benefit manager. We do recognize some of the challenges that are faced by that industry in terms of scenarios in which their incentives may not be perfectly aligned with the health plan or the members. And we've tried to structure our contracts to better align those incentives and then also put in place various oversight components. For instance, we have a third-party formulary manager that takes a look at their formulary and tries to determine, right, are there certain drugs here where we're preferring a drug that maybe is higher net cost because it's got a higher rebate, or maybe is not as clinically effective as other drugs available in that class of drugs. And when that happens, right, we'll look to make specific adjustments to the formulary so that it is benefiting directly our members and the state itself, and trying to make sure that our incentives are aligned.
So that's a significant amount of money for the state right now, but it's $248 million, give or take. And that's not something that Representative Walker and I have in our back pockets to assume those cost savings. So I think that that's something that we have to pay attention to. And there's a lot of hospitals are now opening up pharmacies. Are you transferring some of your work product to hospital pharmacies? And if so, how is that working? Is it saving more money than the PBMs, or how does that actually work out for somebody?
So that's a great question, Senator Austin. And so while I mentioned
Every once in a while I run across
it's
every once, not often, but
it's
every
a
once
good
in a while.
So as I mentioned, for retail pharmacies, the CVSs, the Walgreens, et cetera, right? Folks need access to that all over the country in their own community, et cetera. So it's really impossible for us to directly contract with those types of pharmacies. But for specialty pharmacies, these are for complex drugs that are often very high cost. Those are generally provided through a mail order service almost exclusively. Sometimes you can pick them up at the pharmacy, but they're dispensed at highly specialized locations. And so in that case, we are able to direct contract. So within our last procurement, we actually went out and we allowed pharmacies, particularly we're interested in those in the state, specialty pharmacies, to bid on our business. And so now we have a network, exclusive network for specialty drugs that includes UConn Specialty Pharmacy, Yale Specialty Pharmacy, and Hartford Healthcare Specialty Pharmacy, as well as CVS's own specialty pharmacy. And in each one of those cases, we get very good pricing. We've negotiated essentially what is acquisition cost pricing, which is we pay what they pay for the drug, and then we pay them a dispensing fee. It's transparent. We know exactly, we say, we're going to pay you this much for dispensing the drug, and and we'll reimburse you for whatever you paid for it. And we have that arrangement with all of those entities. I will tell you that our best pricing is with our large hospital systems, and so I think that's a win-win for everybody. They are able to engage with their patients and make sure that they're getting the right drug and taking the right dosage, and they feel very comfortable with that. We're getting good pricing, and the members are getting the service of a name that they know.
So, on these complex, so we met with the Southeastern delegation, as every other delegation does with their respective hospitals, met with the local hospital. And at this local hospital, they talked about this pharmacy coming online for Bacchus in Norwich. And so they also talked about the requirement of doing them in 30-day increments. My concern on the 30-day increment is that we have narrowed the length of time someone can have opioid or addictive drugs. Are we setting ourselves up, or are we going to carve out those particular kinds of drugs to not require them to do them in 30-day increments? I'm a little worried about that component of it, because we've done so much work to recognize the disastrous impact it's had on people to have easy access to some of these kinds of drugs.
Yeah, we do still have much more significant limitations on dispensing of opioids. All right, so first fills 3 days, which I think is an overall state law, but just generally, those opioids wouldn't be filled at greater than what is being prescribed by the physician. With those specialty drugs, it's also an important area, right? So, I mean, sometimes these are $20,000-$30,000 a script, right? And so if someone, if a doc's trying to write that for a 14-day script or some shorter period of time, you wouldn't want to fill it for 30 days. You don't want any waste in the system,
right,
with specialty drugs. And actually, that's one of the reasons to have this sort of narrow network where we can engage with those pharmacies, and we know what their oversight practices are in terms of trying to avoid waste, making sure folks get the right dosages, and understand how to take their medication. And all of those things are part of what we review when we go out to bid and actually select those pharmacies. So we do have sort of different requirements under the specialty drug benefit than under the retail drug benefit, right? Where we have, if it's we're doing 30 and 90-day supplies generally. And, if it's a maintenance drug, generally, we're requiring folks to do 90 days.
Okay, so, but we can limit the amount of time for some of those high-risk
Yes,
addictive
We
drugs.
follow
We
the state
do,
law.
yeah, and we
Senator,
do that.
when-
Yep.
with our plan.
Yeah. And then relative to there's a certain class of drugs that have been found to, while not necessarily researched for this, have shown to be impactful to weight loss. And so they apparently are very expensive. I don't like taking drugs, so I don't take any of them. So, but they seem to have dealt with an issue that is leading to other conditions by allowing someone to lose weight. It also allows them to control pre-diabetes or diabetes itself or blood pressure or any of the other things. Are we sort of putting ourselves in a bad situation by limiting access to some of these drugs? Is there any way that we can look at these drugs as having the value that they do?
So, Senator, I made a decision not to limit these drugs. So when I took office in 2023, Josh came to me with a problem, which was that our costs were on course to double by 50% over the previous year for GLP-1 drugs, which are what are these commonly known as Wegovy, Ozempic. Those are called GLP-1 drugs. And other states around the country were stopping access on state employee plans or large health plans for these drugs, I made a decision to continue them, but I asked Josh to get creative. And Josh worked with a Connecticut-based company called IntelliHealth that developed an app called Flight. And so now from July 1 of 2023 on, every state employee that wants to access and get a prescription for one of these GLP-1 drugs has also simultaneously has to use Flight to be able to not just take a drug in a vacuum, but work with a trained obesity specialist to try to change their lifestyle. And what statistical data shows is that when you change your lifestyle and you take the drug, the outcome is significantly better. And in the first year that we did that, we saw double-digit drops in BMI, blood pressure, weight, that gave me the justification that this was working. And we re-upped with IntelliHealth for a full 3-year contract. Unfortunately, what's happening is that this is a cultural phenomenon. And so every time somebody makes a joke at the Golden Globes or there is an ad for it, more people want to join it. And we've become, in some ways, a victim of our own success because people are seeing the benefit of this in their coworkers and their colleagues, and they want to be a part of it. So we had 2,000 additional employees join just in the last 3 months alone. And we now have over 10,000 employees who are taking GLP-1 drugs and utilizing the Flight app. That means that our costs are now rising again. We had sort of slowed the cost curve and bent it because the other beauty of Flight is that not everybody needs to take these drugs to get healthy. And because that specialist can see if there are alternative drugs or alternative things they can do, we cut our costs in half after that first year. But now they're rising again because of utilization. And we are in talks right now with the Office of Labor Relations and CBAC to see if there are additional measures we can put in place that don't prohibit people from getting these or don't put up barriers to them, but perhaps have some shared sacrifice or shared investment in our investment in them. Because I agree with you 100%, Senator, the more we can help these people address the disease that is obesity. And right now, we will save tons of money long-term because of the other comorbidities will not get worse and worse.
So, and is this just active employees or is it active and retired?
Retirees are eligible too.
The 10,000, is the 10,000 active or is it both?
Yeah, that's both. Yep.
It's both.
Both.
Truthfully, Representative Walker and I do a lot of steps. We talk to each other all the time, every morning. We're out there doing a lot of steps. And we've been walking around the legislative office building whenever we have a fair minute, a free minute, which is not often. And to my knowledge, neither one of us takes the medication. Both of us have lost a lot of weight. We think that it's good for people to lose weight and it's a healthy way to do so. But we also recognize that some people need that jump start to get going because they've tried everything else and it just doesn't work. And sometimes your body needs to have a jump start in it. So I'm hoping that we can come up with a way not only to help state employees, both active and retired, but also to help those who are in the Medicare, Medicaid world, because I see this as a game changer in long-term health costs. I am hoping that you can look at the system through DSS and see if we can pattern what you have done with them. And I really think that that's something that we should look at because I'd really like to make sure we're not, again, biting off our nose to spite our face on something that I think has great value.
We have met with them, Senator, DSS, and shared our successes with them. They have met with the company that we work with as well. The governor's budget does make a considerable change to the coverage of this going forward. And my view on this is exactly as yours, is while it may cost us more upfront, the people who have our jobs in 20 or 30 years will be talking here in this room about how they're saving money because we will have addressed core issues before they get worse and cost us more in the long run.
Right. Representative Walker.
Yeah, I thank you. When we had Secretary Beckham in front of us and we talked and I questioned him about the reduction, and he said, well, a lot of people are just doing it as a fad. And I said, well, have we done any tracking? And what I would be really interested in is if you said 200 a month die?
200 a month. We average right now about 200, and we had 215 last month died. We average about 200.
It's, but I mean, it's age, but also, it accelerates the heart problems, heart attacks, it accelerates, sugars. I mean, all these things that happen as you get older, you can control and you can improve. And I'd be curious to know, God bless you. We got to wipe that mic off, okay?
I turned to the side. I turned to the side.
But I mean, I think we have to do a little bit more to help educate some of the people that are making these decisions, that we are improving the quality of life for a lot of people. So let's not try and pander to the statements that are sort of outside the factual world and what the impact is, because I think it's really important.
I agree, Representative. And I can tell you anecdotally that I've had state employees come up to me and they show me their app and they say, look how much I'm down. I'm so proud. And you can sense it within them. And wouldn't we want our healthcare folks and our workforce to feel productive and happy? And this helps them do that. So I think anything we can do to continue the policy, we're committed to doing it, and we're committed to working with DSS however we can.
Awesome. Thank you. I want to tell you also that you said something so nice, and I hope it comes true. You said, well, we're probably not going to get back to this until May, so you probably be finished your budget process. I wanted to laugh then. Yes, so do I.
I meant the committee process, Representative. I know your work never ends, but the committee's work maybe.
Okay. On the adjudicated claims account, it says that there were 25 cases that you're paying for with the deficiency that's in your budget. I think it's 49 million.
Carolyn? Come on up.
Hi, Carolyn.
Where are you looking, Tony?
Where am I looking? It's not in the budget. I always keep up with where our deficiencies are in our.
Oh, okay.
And this is the January letter for deficiencies from OFA, I think. Yes. Thank you. Anyhow, the 25 cases, is that what the deficiency is from?
I'm sorry.
25 individuals for the adjudicated claims that has it up to 49 million? Is that?
I don't have the number of cases on me. I can get that for you.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. It's, I think, okay, all right, I'm wrong. There's another number. Okay. I'd like to know, how many people are getting, a claim from the state, if it's in large numbers, let's say over $1 million.
Off the top of my head, I don't have that answer. That is a small number. We can get that for you.
It is a small number. Okay. And the other thing that I was curious about, where their claims are coming from, what agencies? I'd like to know those too.
They're claims settled by the Attorney General's office and the Claims Commissioner. So any of those claims come through, we process them.
Okay, all right. Okay, then I'm wrong. Okay, all right. I was curious about because 49 million is a lot. And I have a feeling I know where they are, but okay.
The elephant in the room is she's saying it's the Department of Corrections.
Huh? Yeah.
What they're saying is that CBAC v. Roland is responsible for a large chunk of it.
Right.
Ah, okay. That's what I thought. Okay. All right. Thank you.
So, do you have any more questions,
No,
Representative
and,
Walker? Representative Baker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Controller. You talked about earlier about doctors that you have that work, I guess they review. Are they paid or non-paid, or how does that work with them?
John Harrington can come up, but they are paid for their time.
Okay. Oops. I'm just trying to see where they are on the line item. And you said there were what, 5 of them?
We have a bunch of them, but when they meet to decide a case, there's 3 of them.
There's 3 of them? Okay.
And they're paid hourly depending on specialty. My name is John Harrington. I'm the Director of the Retirement Services Division. The doctors on the MEB, they're paid hourly for their time. And that was one of the issues that we had a problem was recruiting and retaining doctors to perform these services. And so we recently had to increase the hourly rate, but the hourly rate is approximately $220 per hour for psychiatrists and $195 dollars per hour for other specialties.
And where is that on the line item? It's on here? Is it, it's in the budget?
The representative, so what we're before you today is a pilot where we're trying to change the policy. The actual line item for the MEB itself is within our agency budget.
I'm sorry?
The line item itself is just part of our agency budget. There is no specific line item that I'm aware of in our budget. It's
you
just part of the,
So would you have the cost of what it cost you last year with the individuals?
well, what I would say is that our costs increased from an average of approximately $190,000 per year to the current annual rate of about $500,000. So in this year, it's about $500,000.
Oh, okay, so that's part of it, because I was trying to figure out where it would be on the line, on the line item, which line item that will fall under.
So Representative, it's just part of our personal services line item in the comptroller's budget.
Oh, okay, all right. That's good. One more question. Now on your travel and your reimbursements and stuff, so in training, you're doing more in-house training or is how? Because it's gone down drastically.
Yes, part of it is for in-service training, and then we also have some travel that some of the directors have to do in order, because we're doing statewide programs in order to be knowledgeable on, their subject.
Because the number went down drastically.
Well, I think, Representative, we try to be, cautious with our budget, right? So when folks want to go to these things, we're always making sure that they're actually going to be worthwhile or they need to be there. I can't speak to any big policy change that we've had, but I think we're just trying to be as mindful as we can of the state situation and not going to every event that we don't have to.
Now, did you use all the money from last year?
We used pretty much what we were planning on using for it in our OE budget, yes.
Okay. That's all my questions.
Representative Nuccio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a few questions. I was kind of trying to look for where all that travel detail was, but I didn't see it. So I'm gonna go on to, most of my questions are in the fringe benefit area. On your budget summary, can you tell me, is the state employee health service cost, is that the active state employee health care?
Yes, Representative.
Okay, and do you know how many employees we have currently, estimate?
The actual number of employees. So it's about 50,000 full-time employees.
About 50,000. Okay, and the next line is the retiree state employee health service cost. And do you know how many people we are paying for retiree health care costs by chance?
Yeah, it's a little over 90,000.
Okay, so we're paying for more retiree health than we are for actual employees, correct?
Yes.
Okay, because the numbers are quite a bit different. If we look at almost $700,000 estimated for 27 costs for the employees and almost $1 billion for the retirees. The retiree number is obviously it's concerning. You're growing your budget in the next 2 years by over $300 million. So I have to ask, what are we doing to try to cost contain that growth? Is there any programming that we're putting in place? Are we looking at the benefits? Are we, what are we doing to try to contain that cost growth?
Well, Representative, we're always looking to contain that cost growth, but the law of averages does dictate that retirees, given the fact that they are older, do have more frequent and complex health challenges than do perhaps healthier working adults that are in the active state service. So that right there alone is one of the reasons for it. As I mentioned during my testimony, we saw some changes that came out of Washington that are resulting in us having higher costs. And then we have just higher utilization when it comes to hospital and drugs. Again, because this population goes to the hospital more often and they take more drugs than the active employees do. That said, we don't just accept that that's the reality in a vacuum. And there are things that we are actively working on that I'll let Josh speak to try to control these costs. But there is some limit to what we can do, given that the benefits that they have are collectively bargained and they are who they are from a socioeconomic age standpoint.
No, thank you, Comptroller. So Josh Wojcik, Director of the Health Policy and Benefit Services Division of the Comptroller's Office again. Representative Nuccio, one thing I did want to just highlight before getting into those cost controls is relative to the underlying cost. In terms of the general fund, one of the other factors that makes retiree healthcare costs higher is that the state pays very close to 100% of those costs through the general fund, whereas on the active health side, there are other sources that are also contribute to those premiums, including employee premiums, federal funds, other funds like the transportation fund, insurance fund, et cetera. But on the retiree side, it's almost entirely general fund appropriations. So that's just one other component to highlight. But in terms of trying to control costs, there are some focus areas that we have. We are currently have a request for information, which we're hoping goes to a request for proposal around medical pharmacy management. So that is drugs that are administered by physicians and actually billed through the medical plan. We pay about $150 million a year on those on the active side or the commercial plan side. Those drugs can be very expensive. They are rising quickly, and we pay a very significant differential depending on where they are administered, inpatient hospital versus outpatient, et cetera. And we do think that there's some real opportunities for savings there that we're hoping to achieve. The other area, prescription drugs continues to be a challenge. We're seeing significant increases in utilization for certain high-cost drugs. So we are continuing to work with our pharmacy benefit manager and various consultants, including our formulary consultants that we have with the plan to identify further adjustments we can make to our pharmacy plan that will help to bend that cost curve without impacting member access to needed medication. So those are a couple of areas we're really focused on. The one area that I think is the biggest challenge is we are seeing a significant increase in inpatient hospitalization that's driven largely through folks coming in and being admitted through the ER. That's sort of higher acuity. It's happening broadly across the state, and we're not 100% sure how to go at that, but we are still looking at various opportunities and causes.
Thank you for that. Do you know if we have a generic mandate?
I'm sorry, what?
Do we have a generic mandate for prescriptions?
We do. Yes, it is mandatory generic, and members have to pay the difference unless there's a clinical reason why they would need to take the brand.
Okay, and for the increase in inpatient utilization, you said some of them are being admitted through ER?
Yes. Many.
Okay, and I'm assuming that whoever the carrier is for the retirement plan is working through utilization management and medical care coordination and such.
Yes, and we're seeing it on both sides, right? So even on our Medicare Advantage side, which is Aetna, and on on the commercial side, which is Anthem. And, both carriers have their utilization management in place to make sure those are appropriate admissions. But, we've dug pretty deeply down into it, and it doesn't seem that this is inappropriate utilization. It just seems that we have some higher acuity coming through the system.
I would also say, Representative, as I know we face a primary care crisis in the state, in my estimation, where it is harder and harder for people to access primary care in a setting that is cheaper and more affordable for all of us, and especially in this population. I've seen it happen in my own family. Doctor retires, the practice has been bought up by a large health system. They can't get in there anymore. You call your doctor. Like if I called my doctor today and said I feel terrible, he'd say, "Great, can I see you on May 17th?" That's not helping anybody. And so they go to places where they know they can get care, but the cost of caring for them is 2 or 3 times higher than what it would be in different settings. One of the things that Josh didn't talk about, but that we are actively engaging our plans on, is making sure our members have access to primary care. And if they don't, trying to link them up with a primary care provider as a way, again, to mitigate that cost. We also do try to dissuade emergency room visits with higher copays for ER visits. But again, they are the provider that's always there. And when you need help, that's where you go.
No, I understand that. I think that's, a failing of government here in the CON process, and allowing like all these places to consolidate. Like you said, you get sick and you can see somebody in 2 weeks, or you have to go to the urgent care or the ER. It's literally forcing us to higher costs of care. So I understand that, but Comptroller, you had mentioned specifically regarding the increase in rates because of the federal prescription plan. Can you talk a little bit about what exactly is driving that?
So this was in the Inflation Reduction Act. One of the components that was in there was putting on a $2,000 maximum out of pocket for Medicare Advantage prescription drugs, so on Part D. And so that has, I think, real benefits for folks who are on individual Medicare Part D plans, making sure that they can afford their drugs, right? They hit that $2,000 maximum out of pocket, and then the rest of the costs go on to the plans and or the federal government and manufacturers. So there are real benefits there. But the way it was designed, it applies that $2,000 maximum, not based upon the member's actual out-of-pocket for a group Medicare Advantage plan like ours. We have almost nobody who will hit a $2,000 maximum out-of-pocket. We have very low copays, particularly on the retiree side. But it will look at what the average Medicare Advantage out-of-pocket costs are, and apply those against the member's maximum out of pocket. That's not the way it was historically designed. And because that design now applies to our plan, we have very large numbers of members who hit that maximum out of pocket. And that results in additional costs onto the plan, which used to be covered by either the federal government or drug manufacturers under the old system. So that change for the group Medicare Advantage plans ends up or the rich plans in group Medicare Advantage ends up driving up the plan costs, and it's really just a transfer of costs from other payers.
Yeah, that's typically what happens. They make it cheaper out of pocket, but doesn't mean that the costs go away. It just comes back and hits on the actual the people who are paying for the full, so the taxpayers in this case. So quick question on do you have an item in here for adjust for net impact for position changes? And I noticed that the numbers, like for the general fund specifically, are 311,000 and 149,000, which is pretty low. So can you tell me what is the net impact of position change year over year in this? Like what's the actual head count that is attributable to these dollars?
I don't think we have that information. I think that came from OPM, Representative, but we can try to work with them to get that information.
I would appreciate that. And then let's see, I think, the adjust for new impact of position changes. Again, I was looking to see if we could get the head count attributable to that, because it's about 291,000 in 1 year and 482 in a year. And it's a low number for what I would expect. So I've if we can get the head count on that also, I would really appreciate it. And
We'll
then,
ask the PM
quick
representative.
question. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Glasgow PM
It's an
representative.
OPM issue,
Yeah.
and we just got to make sure that this is the governor's budget, and sometimes the agencies didn't ask for these things, so we have to go back to OPM and ask them what their analysis was. It's not an agency issue, it's an OPM governor's issue. In this budget, we have to look at what the agency requested over the governor recommended.
No, I get that, but what they deal with here is net, like the net fringe benefits, which is based off of head count. So we should be able to back into what the head count is applicable to that, because it just seems like a low number. The next question that I have, probably the last question that I have is, you had mentioned that there was money in this contract, somewhere in here, and I don't quite know where, regarding the hospital negotiation plan that the governor has, that you had mentioned about bringing down more Medicaid dollars net. Do you happen to know how much that is and where it is in the budget?
Yes, Representative Josh, you can rejoin me here if you want, but
Josh, you might as well just stay.
in his budget, it includes a reduction in general fund appropriations of $69.5 million associated with anticipated successful negotiations with the hospitals that my office is conducting to lower the reimbursement they get for the folks on our plan. Correspondingly, there is a $110 million increase to their Medicaid funding, which is $100 million that they're currently getting, plus an extra $10 million that they do not currently get for seeing Medicaid patients. So the theory behind this, Representative, is that we remove some of the reimbursement that they're getting from us for a smaller portion of the population that they serve in exchange for raising the amount of money that they get for Medicaid, plus a little bit more additionally as a down payment on a plan that we are working on with them that will ultimately, in my estimation, help every single hospital in our state and every single Medicare or Medicaid, beneficiary in our state by finding a way to finally fund the rate increases that folks have been talking about for a very long time.
So the reduction in general fund of 69.5 million, you're saying that's going to come off of where is that coming out of again?
We are going to reduce our reimbursement to them by that amount for the plan members that we oversee.
So we're going to reduce the reimbursement to the hospitals for 69.5 million. So that would come out of our healthcare between retirement and employee.
This is in this is in more than just their agency. This is also in the revenue side of the budget. So we're conflating issues. So I just want to make sure that when we're talking about this, that we're bringing in the other budgets that are in different agencies. So
But this is specifically reimbursement to hospitals. He said our reimbursement to hospitals.
There's a taxing issue relative to the hospitals that is incorporated into this discussion about the hospitals. It's not just simply a revenue issue. So I want to make sure that
right.
talk to the hospitals, that we're talking broadly amongst a lot of state agencies, not just this one. And I think that we need to perhaps have a different discussion about the hospitals that is much broader than this, because this is going to confuse people relative to the whole discussion on hospitals. So respectfully, I would just like to take the hospital discussion off the table here and have the comptroller and the hospitals and other agencies relative to this discussion, the revenue side of the budget on the same discussion. We have a lot going on with the hospitals, and I'm concerned that this is conflating issues between agencies.
Okay, so I hope we have that conversation soon, because we don't really have a lot of time. But I guess, comptroller, I guess the question is then, are there any dollars in this specific budget that is funding you to do the work for this new hospital negotiations? Because I thought that's what I heard you say. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
So, Representative, what the budget really does is it gives us the power to do these negotiations. And if we find a arrangement or a compromise with the hospital association there are triggers in the governor's proposal that then initiate the next steps. One of them that Senator Austin was talking about is on the hospital tax side.
Yep.
And then the other is to get a waiver from the federal government. And then the third would be that our plan would kick in where we would less them on the state employee side and then raise them on the Medicaid side. It's a three-piece component. And we are still actively working through this with the Hospital Association. And I'm confident that we'll get there. But to Senator Austin's point, it's a larger conversation that goes into different committees.
Okay. I thought I heard you say there were specific funds in here for that, so that I was.
There are funds in there for them to do the negotiation. That is a lot different than the hospital decision itself.
Well, that's what I'm asking, is are there funds in here for that? And if
just for
so,
them to-
where?
Just to, in the regular OE line item, they're going, in PS, they're using some of their staff to do the work relative to this negotiation.
And what's in the OE besides the regular staff? Is
So
there
much
more?
in the OE that we'll bring that all to the work group and we'll have a separate discussion about the hospital situation, please.
Okay. That's all that I have for now.
Thank you. Can you bring to the working group any numbers that you have from the flight app regarding the average BMI or blood pressure reduction? You talked a bit about that. If you could bring all of that to the working group. One of the things that we're looking at is a way to lower the fiscal note, but we have to be able to prove the outlay of that. I also think that I'm very interested in the partnership plan. I'm not certain if it's running a deficit and what is your expected medical loss ratio this year in the partnership plan. Full disclosure, I went to the partnership plan when I was the first selectman for both the town and the town and the Board of Ed, and it saved a lot of money and it saved a lot of things. And I use that because we did have a high deductible plan that was that we were paying the delta on, and then the high deductible plan says if you're going to pay the delta, then you have to pay more. So it exponentially increased the costs there. I was talking to someone the other day who in Norwich is with one of the high deductible plans. We have a high deductible plan for teachers and Board of Ed employees on the Norwich side and on the day charter school side. And they can't go to see doctors at all. I had a call from a parent on the Norwich side, the city side, and they charge much higher on the high deductible plan. It's like $6,000. People are never, it's like having only catastrophic insurance. And I think it talks to your issue on the paraprofessionals, which you say are the lowest people, but I have teachers that can't bother to use the high deductible plans. And they had a young daughter who was had diabetics, diabetes type 1 or type A, whatever the heck it is, and they needed to get a pump and they couldn't afford it. It was $4,000. These are things that I think that we have to start looking at it. I appreciate helping out the paraprofessionals, but Tony and I put in $150 million into all boards of ed broadly. And nobody lost their high deductible plans. They still have high deductible plans and they're not able to use it. And I have people that cannot go to the doctor when they should be going to the doctor. So we have a problem relative to our educational system on how we're handling this. We can handle it for paraprofessionals, but it begs the question that we're not even handling it for teachers either. So.
One addition. Could I also get how many people are still left in the CBAC versus Roland under the adjudicated claims? Let's see. How many more years? How many more years? How many people? How many? Well, it is because they're maybe died. They may have died. Okay.
We can get that to you.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions on things they'd like to bring to the work group? Just bringing to the work group. Representative Nuccio.
Thank you. Actually, yes, for the work group for the hospital thing, as we look at this, can we get, I would like, if we could have it sent to the whole committee too, but I would like to understand the line by line, what's in the general budget, what's on the revenue side, all the different areas that this is going to impact and what the total dollars are. One exhibit, if we can, one exhibit with everything in it.
For the comptroller's budget,
for the hospital negotiation piece.
I don't know if you can.
I don't know that that's,
We can't put that while they're negotiating.
Yeah, Representative, what I would say is what the budget empowers me to do is negotiate with the hospitals.
Right.
And we are doing that right now without waiting for the budget to kick in. Those negotiations are happening in real time. And so when we have information, I promise you that we will provide that to you, but we are in the midst of doing what this budget empowers us to do. Just trying to be proactive about that, to be honest with you.
Okay, I'm sorry, Kathy, I just need to clarify this, all right? So give me a little bit of leeway here.
well, we're about half an hour beyond the time frame. We've already
Yeah,
gone.
I understand that, but this is a large item, right? And as ranking member, I would like to just understand this,
He
okay?
is just doing the negotiations. That's all he is doing. He is not doing any more than that, and he is doing it right now. It's
I
not a
get that.
big budget. This year's budget allowed him to do the negotiations. There is nothing more to this. He is not paying any hospitals out of this budget. There is no hospital payment going on here. That is out of a different section of the budget. He is talking to the hospitals. He is not charging us any more money to talk to the hospitals. He is only talking to the hospitals, trying to come up with a standard agreement. That is not money that is exchanging hands. It is the comptroller gets paid, but the comptroller gets paid. And we've given him an extra job. I think it was Senator Kushner who said, so you're doing more for less. I don't know if I always agree with that, but I do know in this case, he is doing more with less money.
So then when do we get the breakdown of what that proposed legislation is built into this budget? Where is that breakdown?
We'll work on it as we go through the budget in the working groups.
Okay, but I think that we need that information. It needs to be
It's not
public.
in
We
the
need that.
comptroller's budget, though.
Okay, well, he specifically said he had money in there, which is why I'm asking the
That
question.
he has money in there to do the negotiations in his regular PS line item, which did not go up because he is in the middle of doing those negotiations right now.
Well, then I think that needs to be clearly stated. It's why I asked the question, which is an allowable question when we're looking at the budget. So if we can understand all of this as it goes through the hospital group, I think we need to get there.
Thank you. All right, let's go on to the Department of Administrative Services. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, bye. Up next, Commissioner Gilman, I think you're up next. I don't know if you want to be, but you are.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi, Commissioner, how are you?
Good afternoon.
I'm sorry to keep you waiting.
Not at
We
all.
did have some questions relative to a lot of different pieces that are very important in the budget, and my colleague, Representative Nuccio, is trying to keep me on task, so
Understood. As
she's
a
not
former-
doing a bad thing.
As a former member of the Comptroller's Office, I can appreciate the questions and the engagement, so thank you. Happy to.
So, Commissioner, do you have any opening remarks?
You know, given the time constraints, I'm happy to, keep my remarks short. You have our testimony for introduction. I am Michelle Gilman, Commissioner of the Department of Administrative Services. Grateful to have the opportunity to be here today. Happy to take any questions about the governor's proposed budget for DAS. And just really proud of the team that I'm able to work with each and every day at DAS, the work that we do not only behind the scenes in support of our agencies, whether it's IT, HR, procurement, real estate and construction services, but also the front-facing services that we perform around inspections, whether it's building inspection. Our fire marshal team does great work out in the field. We have a digital equity program that's running strong and working with our communities around building out equitable and affordable access to internet. So many different initiatives to be proud of. So happy to talk about a range of those and get right into the numbers as you prefer.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Appreciate that. I think that we'll have a number of questions relative to some of the changes. It seems to me some of the changes are just realigning, not necessarily adding new funding, but aligning things from other agencies to DAS and from DAS to other agencies.
Correct.
And so, relatively speaking, I'd like to actually have an update on how it is working in hiring state employees broadly.
Certainly. So across the executive branch, we are at about 32,500 or so state employees that have seats in the executive branch. That represents full-time and part-time. Our TWR count is very low at this point, and you can look at those statistics on the executive branch dashboard, which is on the open data portal. That provides live time updates. It's updated monthly. You can look at that information by bargaining unit, by department, a range of different cuts of that data, but that is open and available. And we're really proud of that tool to be able to be informative for you and our other stakeholders. I think as hopefully you're hearing from many of our agencies, we do have a stabilized workforce, but certainly not without its challenges. If you were to go on the state of Connecticut job board today, the majority of openings, which are under 100, that doesn't mean that there are not other recruitments happening outside of what you see on the job board, but the majority of the openings are in the HHS space, whether it's social workers, physicians, nurses, other employees under the HHS space. So that continues to be problematic for recruitment. And I think we see the same in private industry. Certainly engineers is something we're always working to recruit for DOT in particular, DEEP and other agencies. We've worked closely with DOT just last year on a specific marketing campaign to reach out of state students and others that we could recruit talent into Connecticut. We continue to look at those types of initiatives to bring new talent into the state and to encourage our talent to look at the state workforce as an opportunity for them. Attrition also continues to be an issue. We're continuing to see with this new generation of workforce that folks are leaving jobs and moving on to the next. So we are also having conversations about what our attrition and retention policies can be and how we can maximize those opportunities in the workforce.
Thank you for that. Are you finding that people aren't taking the job because of the benefit package or the salaries?
I think we have done an excellent job in recent years, especially with the CBAC agreements, looking at our various steps, looking at engineering, IT, healthcare, moving on some of those pay plans and looking at our competitiveness within private industry and looking at across other states. We are actually we're involved right now in a comp analysis for non-bargained managers right now with OPM. And then as the CBAC negotiations continue with OLR, we'll continue to look at, again, I presume, those wages and where we may need to realign. We do still compete with private industry here in Connecticut. For my own team, we've lost some project managers on our real estate and construction side to private industry just recently. And so it's a constant evolution of trying to recruit that talent in and then holding on to them. But we continue to emphasize that the state of Connecticut is a great place to work and also, again, emphasize the stability, our benefit packages, and just making a difference by working for the state.
And Department of Administrative Services is broadly responsible for workers' compensation claims.
Yes, we administer the workers' compensation claims with a third-party vendor under DAS.
And do you have all workers' compensation claims? So my understanding is that 24/7 is where the bigger problems are, or higher usage, maybe not necessarily bigger problems, but higher usage is in the 24/7. institutions. And so, when I've always known that the Department of Correction had higher usage of workers' compensation. They generally don't just walk when they're going someplace. There's always something going on. Um, the, uh, the, we used to have it a policy that the supervisors would call the people that were out on workers' compensation to keep them in tuned with the facility itself, to let them know that we wanted them to come back to work and that we were hoping that they were getting better. Do you know if that's still a policy?
I'd like to call Bob Judita up, who's director of our workers' compensation program under DAS. He may be able to answer that question for us as well. But we are seeing increases with DOC. I think you are seeing some realignment in the budget overall to accommodate for that increase. It's also my understanding that DOC has it's been proposed to have an additional safety officer at DOC to help contain some of those costs and potentially address them at DOC as well. But Bob Judita can
Yes.
speak
Hi.
more closely to that.
Hi, Senator. How are you? Bob Jadita. I'm the DAS HR Administrator for Workers' Compensation. Specifically, I don't know if that practice is still occurring with the lieutenants and the captains.
Right.
And that's what it used to be. I know that our third-party administrator and our resolution managers and our pods that are centralized under workers' compensation, which, mostly are comprised of former DOC employees, are in touch with the injured worker on a fairly regular basis. They have a lot of questions. So that interaction is very important. That communication is very important. And we also go out and do outreach upon orientation of how to report the injuries, as well as providing instructions to the supervisor on where they need to call the injury and to what documents or forms they need to complete as well, and who to call if there are any questions.
That's why I find it's better to have someone from the agency call them, because your third-party administrator may not understand the impact that them not being there is having on their colleagues. I think that it's sometimes a better conversation. Sometimes it may not be, depending on what happened, but I think it's but I think sometimes having that requirement of supervisors is not such a bad thing for them to stay in touch with the people that work for them. And so I'd like to, at least have that conversation, because if I look at the
Absolutely.
numbers in here, the one claim that goes up in, is 3.6 million for workers' compensation for the Department of Correction. It goes down for general workers' compensation, DCF, mental health, developmental services, but it goes up for the Department of Correction. And so I just think that to reinstitute that discussion between line staff and supervisory is not a bad thing.
No, it's a good thing. We could broach that with DOC leadership if the commissioner would like me to do that.
Thank you. I
Absolutely.
appreciate that.
My
Representative,
pleasure.
Representative Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon.
Good
I
afternoon.
have some questions in regards to your IT services.
Certainly.
Okay, so I see there's a drastic change in the number. Looks like it's up about, what is that, about 40 million
This is
in the
on-
IT services?
Yep, so IT services, that's, I think that's correct. Largely based, well, in IT services, we're seeing an increase of 9.3 million. And that's largely because of contractual increases around Microsoft 365. And then moving some of our bonded IT services over to the OE side of our budget, which is best practice and what OPM encourages us to do after a certain time frame. So that's really what's driving that 9.3 million increase on the IT services line.
Okay, and then also there was an increase down on with the personal services
Mhm.
increase. Is that because there are more individuals monitoring the IT, or how?
So that that increase actually relates to completing IT optimization by and large, what we're looking to do is there are 5 agencies that are generally federally funded agencies. So DCF, DDS, Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services, DSS, and Office of Health Strategy. Those individuals are working under the DAS BITS team, but from a budget perspective, they are still under their respective agencies. So we would like to formalize that working relationship. They've been working under DAS since 2023. So this increase just operationalizes that move of 156 positions into our DAS budget. But they have been working under DAS through MOUs since that timeframe. So they are in service to those agencies, and this would formalize them working still in service to those agencies, but under DAS, similar to how our other IT and HR staff are working now.
So by doing this, is this your first step of moving everything over to your department?
So this
Because that's what it sounds like to me.
So this would
And
by and large complete the IT optimization that's been underway for several years now. It's been a governor's initiative to basically optimize our IT resources. It's organized in a number of different ways, whether it's desktop services, looking at cybersecurity, AI, digital government, a number of different functions of government, and those are all centralized under DAS. What this does not contemplate is a continued conversation we've had around DOT and DMV. They still operate independently, and that is not contemplated in this budget to move them into DAS at this time. We still continue to talk with them about that, but this budget does not contemplate them moving at this time. But these other 5 agencies are working under DAS for IT staff. It works well. Mark, our CIO, can provide more information about how that works, the survey results that we have in place from our agencies, and what that day-to-day operation looks like.
so are they're still going to be in those particular agencies, individuals, but they're paid from this line item.
Correct. They're assigned or they're in service to those agencies, but they would be a DAS employees. And currently they are treated as such now, but the payment structure is still under the respective agency, which is a burden, quite honestly, to the respective agencies, both DAS and to the federal agency, to do that reconciliation. That reconciliation still happens under SWICAP and other means. That funding is appropriately coded, but this would create continued transparency, but it creates that mechanism where they are under DAS officially.
Okay, one more question. How many vacant buildings do you have? Do we have?
Vacant buildings. I would have to check on that. We have some surplus properties that we are managing, such as Cedar Crest, Mystic Oral School, Altobello campus in Meriden. We don't have many vacant buildings, to the best of my knowledge. OPM also keeps, the entire roster of surplus properties and buildings. We have care and custody of some of those, but not all. So between OPM and DAS, we can certainly get you an updated list of what those surplus properties look like.
Are there any in the process of being sold?
Yes, we do have some RFPs and RFIs out on Cedar Crest now, or that will be imminent. We're trying to look at utilization for that property, whether it's housing or for other use. And we've been working with the Newington and Weathersfield communities around those efforts as well. Mystic Oral School at this point is not out for sale, but there are discussions about what that looks like with the town of Groton. I think those are the larger pieces of properties that we're under discussion right now with OPM and the governor's office around sale.
And can you send us a copy, to the from the working session of how much you're being paid, how much security is costing us?
Certainly.
Okay.
Absolutely. We're happy to provide that. Security and maintenance perhaps
Yes.
as well. Okay.
If you could just
Yes.
give a breakdown for me.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Thank you,
Certainly.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative.
Just so everybody knows, we have to be done by 3 o'clock. We have 14 minutes. We have 3 people left to talk. Representative Paris.
Thank you. I'll make it quick. Commissioner, it's so good to see you.
You as well.
I just want to piggyback off of Representative Baker's questions around IT. I think that this has been a learning prospect, certainly for every member of the Appropriations Committee. Certainly last year, we talked heavily about the consolidation of IT efforts across the state. Could you just talk to us about some of the anticipated benefits from the cost savings from centralizing all of the IT functions under DAS, and how this transition has been managed and will continue to be managed as we move forward?
Certainly.
Thank
I'd love to ask our CIO, Mark Raymond, to come up. He is obviously day-to-day engaged both in negotiations with our software companies along with our procurement team, and is working closely with our staff on these initiatives. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Mark Raymond, Chief Information Officer for the state of Connecticut, and also a Deputy Commissioner within Department of Administrative Services. Pleasure to be with you all today. I appreciate the question, the concept of what benefits that we get from IT optimization. We've been doing this for sort of 3 years now, and so what have we seen and what do we expect for what remains? So we've seen an ability to negotiate contracts to lower amounts. We've been able to build additional skills in our team that we would not have been able to build. These are in emerging areas of technology, so new demands that agencies have, that the state has, that we're able to build technology skills more readily in our own team and have them be able to do that work. We've actually improved the quality of the management across the board. And it was one of our lowest scores that our employees gave to us about the environment when we started, and it's one of our highest scores now, that they've seen a much greater improvement in the quality of our management team. And we've also seen an improvement in how our agencies view IT services. While they believe that we definitely need more resources across the board in technology, they've seen an increase in the partnering on a strategic basis and the sort of leveraging of more thinking and skills across the board. You know, one of the areas that we've seen amazing improvements is in cybersecurity, and so our ability to use the scale of the state to apply across all of our different agencies to really improve and protect our agencies in ways that we were not able to do previously.
Okay, and that's helpful for me to know, and I think it's helpful for all of us to know. So I do hear you say that this is obviously aligning with our state's broader digital transformation and cybersecurity goals as we move forward. My apologies. Can you just talk to me about some of the challenges? Because I know how challenging changing systems and processes can be, and certainly there are a lot of agencies throughout the state that we will have to realign. So can you just talk to me about what some of those challenges have been and how we've been able to troubleshoot that moving forward?
I really appreciate that's an insightful question around how difficult it is to make working with government easier. You know, we launched something called business.ct.gov. It's an online portal to help people who want to open a business in Connecticut so that they don't have to go to each different agency. They don't have to know who to go to before they can go through this. And that has allowed them to open a business in an hour or 40 minutes instead of paying an attorney 4 hours to file all the forms that they need. Now that ease, that the ability to do that online for them is it's more work for us on the technology side to connect together all of those different systems. And so you see sort of a higher reflection of that effort to make government easier, even though the agency programs are separated along the way. So we have begun to build a set of technology in digital government and in cybersecurity that will create one instance for people to be able to log into one place and see all of their different things. And that will ease the effort for the public. That additional security, you know, also has a cost to it. And so but we know that the beneficiaries are the public and the businesses who use our services. And we bring those to bear through our agencies. We don't do this without them. We sort of collaborate with our agencies side by side.
I appreciate that. I know it's often challenging to get all of these different systems to talk to one another and to merge all of that information and data together. But I am hopeful that it does make our state, our processes more seamless as we move forward, and certainly helps the jobs, not just for Connecticut residents, but also for the work that you're doing in your agencies. Thank you, Madam Chair, back to you.
Representative Nuccio, and I would just say that we have 2 more people, so.
And
8
8 minutes. So, a quick question on the digital government initiatives. Can you tell me what they're doing and, because this is saying that these people were previously paid for in bonding, I believe? Trying to understand what exactly it is that they're doing.
Yes, so this budget contemplates moving 5 people over, we're requesting 5 people under this PS line as an expansion. This would move those individuals or move those responsibilities off of bond funds and get us away from consultant services, which is part of our large collective goal to harness those services, those skills within our state employee population. And to Mark's point earlier about the business one-stop, they are working on a number of items, whether it's servicing our agencies for new websites or looking at our jobs.ct site, our health.ct site, working with the DMV, around a multitude of their online services. Mark can, talk about additional digital services that our team is working on with our other agencies, but it's those front-facing services that you often see, again, whether it's websites, or other services related to that.
Okay, quickly then, can you give a little background on your deficiency here? You've got about 5.5 million in each year to annualize the deficiency. Do you know what is driving that deficiency?
Certainly. So over the last 2 years or so, I think it's fair to say that our PS was not fully aligned to our needs within our personnel. We had some step increases that were negotiated as part of the last CBAC agreement. Those steps may not have been fully aligned and recognized within our budget. We've also had some stipulated agreements and other labor agreements that have increased our PS lines. So those are largely responsible for our PS deficiency. On our OE side, we've had cost of electricity that's also increased, the deficiency by and large on our OE side.
Okay, and then the last question that I have is, you're transferring out 1.1 million of PS and you're putting it into specific commissions and distinct accounts. Why would we be paying for any of these different non-headcount related moves, or are they headcount related from PS to these specific commissions and distinct accounts?
Certainly. So Representative DAS actually is home to 5 APOs under state government. So Claims Commission, ERB, SPRB, I'm going to forget the other 2, Insurance Risk Management, and one other, State Marshal Commission, excuse me. If I didn't name them all, I would be in trouble. But we are hoping to just identify those separately within the budget. They are independent. We really support them on an administrative level only, but they are independent boards and commissions, and we believe, as does OPM and the governor, that they should have their own designated line items. So they they have their own staffs, they have their own boards, but this just, designates them with their own independent budget item.
So they have headcount, but we're moving headcount or no?
The headcount is recognized under DAS's full headcount now. This would just move, their budget and their headcount still under DAS, but recognized in separate line items.
On their own. Okay. All right. That makes sense. Thank you very much.
Certainly. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. So to the work group, if you could bring the report from the Claims Commissioner on where we stand, because I know there's been a lot of work done. I want to know where the backlog stands on the Claims Commissioner.
I know he is here. And
I
he's
know, I
taking
saw
his
Bobby
notes.
there. And there was a contract done on radios that has caused a significant amount of stir. If I could have a quick conversation with you afterwards so that we could try to figure that out. It has to do with radios for public safety.
Certainly.
And it's creating an increase in phone calls to the office.
Certainly happy to talk to you about that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that that's it right now.
Thank you so much. We
So-
appreciate your time and all the work that you're all doing. Look forward to working with you throughout the session. Appreciate it.
So we're going to end this agency proceeding. Rebecca, do we have to go to a different link for the veterans ones?
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna end this Zoom and go to the next Zoom on the veterans and